Hello, friends. Oh, wow, this music is louder than I expected. We're gonna turn it down a little bit. A little more? Yes. Good day. It is time for a stream. Let me see if this is working. It is. Oh my god. Mute. There we go. Oh my gosh. Oh. We have people popping into the YouTube? Wow. Neat. All right. Let's have a stream, kids. I literally just finished my makeup sitting here in the chair. It's been a little bit of a chaotic morning. My hair is still, actually it's doing all right. Hello. How are you doing today? What's your vibes? What kind of energy are you bringing in? That's crooked now because of this thing. No. How do we let you be crooked? Do we? It might freak out. Hold on. It didn't! That's so nice. Hello. Solipsist, Melphis, Mr. Quacked, Big Daddy, Atomic, Lumpy, Penny, Kimmy, Chani, welcome back. What's up? How you all doing today? I'm being like minimally quiet. I met, let me see. I met another mom at the park with Bean the other day, and she's getting into grooming. She was like a junior groomer, and so she's here giving Lucky, Jill's dog, giving him a little grooming as a surprise for Jilly Willy. Hello, Abrupters. Wow, yeah, long time. Hello, how are you? Dang, I got such a good back crack, I thought for sure I was gonna get the neck too. Bro, I am feeling so similar, Penny. Tired but not exhausted. Just like, yeah. Yesterday was really cool. Bean had her little performance thing, and it was so sweet. Oh my gosh, only 10 months old, Chani. I'm so sorry. Wow. That's really sad. That must have been so heartbreaking. That must be so heartbreaking. Do you have any idea what happened? Oh, and also hi, Lost Souls. I forgot to say hello to you because you're over there. They're over here. Hi, Kai Will. Happy today, buddy. I did not know what that noise was. Oh. I think I'm feeling a little bit of anxiety because I socialized yesterday. And so, of course, today is like, well, you did it wrong. You didn't do enough. You did too much in some spots and not enough in some spots. So good job. Way to fuck everything up again. But the cool thing, last night, up until like the kind of anxiety of I'm bad at this came in. Oh, that's so sad. I'm sorry. Mo knows this. Hello. Thank you for the follow. So Bean had her first performance, my daughter's 4, and she had her first little performance with her school yesterday. And I was like so interested. I'm painting these today. I was so interested in seeing how it went for her because this is her first time, and like she's been having us sit and watch her do performances at home lately. So like at home she's very confident. But at school, I didn't know what to expect, and I talked to her teacher yesterday. Oh my god, no way! Y'all, the Doomhammer 56 is here today. Oh, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't make a spectacle of you. Like, you probably get this everywhere you go. You know, you go to the subway and everyone's all fangirling. So like, sorry. I won't call you out like that. What up, Grim Reaper? Mr. Quacked. um, it's not every day. No, I'm coming back to streaming more consistently. So my intention is to stream right now, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and then every other Saturday. That's what this hand signal means. Prime time Thunder Buns. Hold on, I feel like I need to say that differently.
Prime time Thunderbuns. Welcome, thanks for the follow.
The thunder felt necessary. Ooh, what did we learn from the chapter, Penny? And how are you feeling today, Mr. Quack? You came in kind of like towards the end of yesterday. I think I'm gonna get us more. No, I'm gonna wait a little bit. I'm gonna let myself just be in this space. So yesterday, dude, when I picked Bean up from school, I was asking her teacher like how she's doing, and oh wow. I talked to her teacher, and she said like it could go either way for her because at school Bean is outnumbered. They're like almost all boys in her class, so it's just her and like a handful of girls depending on the day. So she is very much like empowered by being with other girls more than being in a class that's almost all boys, especially since she's so princessy. Like that's her thing, that's what she's into. So her teacher was saying like, you know, sometimes she's a little quiet, sometimes she doesn't want to like do the moves or whatever, do the little dances. So I was like, that's so interesting because at home, like she makes us sit down and she will perform. If we would sit for 30 minutes for her to just sing songs out of her head, I think she would just keep going. So I was so interested to see how she did yesterday. And it turns out that the program had a bunch of different, they started with babies. So a bunch of like teachers came out and just kind of danced babies. And then they did the twos and the threes, and then they got to Bean's classes. And when Alina came out, she crushed it, dude. She was one of the loudest voices, and I was so proud of her. She actually did amazing. It made me so happy. Like she was on one after and kind of before. I think the stress of it had her a little like wild, but let me see. Okay. So this is post-performance. Bean Burrito right there. The little cutie pie. She was so happy and she got all princessy for it. It's so jumbly because I was so excited. So she's in the white dress. Little feet. Hold on, I'm gonna see about the one before this. This is when they first came out. Oh wait, I need my face behind it. Ah. There she is! So the teacher told them that if they forgot any of the moves to just like dance around or jump around, they could kind of do whatever they wanted. gonna start. No. There you go. Hi, Kid Kaylin. That was her voice. Can you hear her? Okay, I'm gonna stop now because it's like a 6-minute video and it's so hard to hold it here. But you could actually hear her singing, right? You heard her little voice. When, like, all of the kids before that, they were all so much younger that most of them weren't actually singing. They were, like, most of them, there were teachers running out to stop them from grabbing the microphones or trying to climb off the stage. So it was just, like, chaos. And then they bring out the 4-year-olds and they are, like, mini people, so they are actually like ready and they kind of start singing, and then I hear her. She was the loudest kid out of all of her class and I was so proud. Oh, like I was on crack last night in terms of like how fucking high I was from that. It was insane. It was so good. Oh, okay, breathing. I've tried writing my whole story down to make me feel better, coping mechanism, but it's not working anymore. What aspect of that tended to make you feel better or contribute to you feeling better? Common but often maladaptive coping strategies among autistic folks. Oh, that's nice that you're getting it from someone who actually knows and they're not just like speculating. Making sure I'm not missing anything. Were any of the coping strategies, any of the common and maladaptive ones, did any of those stand out right away? Oh, I just saw that you made baked chicken wings. What kind of like seasoning? What kind of flavor profile? Oh my god, by the way, so there's a Papa John's. It's like the closest pizza place. What up, Dabbity Dabs? There's a pizza place not terribly far from Bean's school. And since, oh yeah, same Lost Souls. And since, we didn't have a lot of time in between picking her up from school and taking her to her performance, we kind of had no choice but to like do something quick, you know? And I didn't have time to like make something quick because I had that meeting after stream yesterday. So I grabbed Papa John's for the first time and I can't even tell you. And first of all, like, bleh, it's not that good. But I had one of those moments where I was like, wow, of course that's what it is, but I had no idea. Because we got like a meal deal thing that was like wings and pizza. And I wound up getting like boneless, so they're not wings, they're just like tendies, right? But I kind of like forgot that they're basically just tendies, you know, that they're just nugs. And so I'm like going through and, you know, they depict them as like very saucy, like, you know, doused in the sauce the way that you would typically, I think, get either wings or boneless wings. So I ordered two different ones. And then when we get them, it was just such a like fucking just goofy to see it and be like, oh yeah, that really is all they're doing, huh? This is what we got. Like not actual like you know, doused in it, like tossed in them. Nope, they just like squirted some sauce. And it wasn't even just one of them, it was both of them because we got some spicy ones and some regular ones. Both of them. Oh, why did you get the worst chain pizza? It was just the easiest, the quickest. Yeah, wow. Yeah, so that was like a funny like of course, that's all it is. Yeah, that makes sense. And it also reminded me that like I could do that for myself cuz normally I do dippies. But I love to do like a nice saucy tendy wing whatever and then dip it in ranch. But I never really do that cuz if I'm having them, I'm usually just taking a tendy and dipping it in sauce and I was like, "Wow, I could just toss nugs, you know?" Yeah, they look very much like frozen nuggies for sure. Fortunately, it was 20 bucks, I'm pretty sure, to like get a pizza and 2 things of wings. So like not the best, but usually we can't eat anywhere without it costing at least 30 bucks. My success depends on the availability of long form content so that I don't have my phone in hand all the time. When content runs dry, it's very debilitating. Assume I am in a space capsule in outer space. What can I do to eliminate this need to be constantly stimulated? What do you mean by my success? What do you mean by that? Larry McGoogle and welcome. So when you say long form content, is that because you like to like throw it up on your like TV or put it on your phone and then get stuff done? Need something going on in the background. Can you explain more about that? Why is it a need? What happens if you don't? Mm. My coffee isn't the best today. I didn't have any heavy cream, so I had to make it with milk. Oh, Mr. Quacked, I don't know if you're still here. I was showing the video of my kid. I got all distracted, but I don't know if you heard me, and I think I was asking, like, what does it mean when it works? What did that typically do for you? Oh, you did get it. Nice. You feel empty, cold inside, irrational fears about the outside world get the best of you. Oh, yikes. It's funny because I say yikes and it's not even a yikes for you, Penny. It's a yikes of like, I can't even imagine starting my day with a Dr. Pepper because for me, I would be so like, I think I would be jacked up from the sugar because I so rarely drink soda. Keeps you grounded. Okay. Wasn't sleeping, tired. Dang, I'm sorry. What's the heaviest aspect of it right now, Mr. Quacked? Like what's coming up for you right now as what's the most difficult part of your current existence? Okay, so Larry, are you neurodivergent in any way? Are you working with anything like ADHD or autism or anything that is relevant to include in like how you process and exist in the world? I think Lucky might be free. Hold on, I'll be right back. You live in a van. Oh, it's illegal. Are you in the United States? You contend with the possibility of police or criminals harassing or attacking. I'm so sorry you're in that position, Larry. Are you working currently? US, yeah, that's especially rough. They've really made it hard for people to exist outside of the like kind of systemic structures, the traditional structures. It's chilly in here, kids. Yeah, of course. Have you considered like roommates? Have you thought about or tried to like live with others? Larry, I'm so sorry, dude. Like everyone deserves so much better. Come here, you little fluffy nugget. Come here. Oh, look at how cute this pupper looks. Look at this little dude. Look at that. Oh, I'll move this so they can see how handsome you are. Look at that sweet, fluffy baby. Oh, Bug-Eye baby. You look so cute, Chucky. Little buck. How do you feel? Was that scary for you? You did great, dude. Nice work. We're gonna show your mommy and she's gonna be so happy. She's gonna be so happy. Oh, your little paws look cute. You look great, dude. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get her taken care of, okay? So BRB. All right, I'm back. Okay, kids. Today's my first day of no weed. Oh yeah, because you got that fun ceremony coming up soon. Thank you. Okay, where was I? Room maps, Craigslist. Where do you live? Where are you at, Larry? $1,800 a month for a room? Damn, where are you living? That's brutal. I know that like the market's insane, but like you gotta be living in a rough area, especially. You're very good with the van life. You have stuff playing in the background, or you focus on this situation. Okay, trying to stop scrolling. Netflix, YouTube. Okay. What would you like to be doing with your time? Oh yeah, OC. Get a grip, V-Druid. Get a grip. You want to save like a lot of your money? We got a cat that's in heat, if you can't tell. Poop! Thank you for blessing everyone in this stream with good poops. Hooray for your butts. You actually did it! That's so funny, Lansing! Ah! I whack it in your poopy honor. You blessed everyone with good poops now. Wow. Thank you for 119. Thanks for being one of the besties. I'm so excited that you guys are doing dinner tonight. That's gonna be so fun. Sorry you like being goofy. Yeah, you better apologize. How dare you make a goofy joke. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, let me see what I missed here. Dude, you know, I was actually... I was just showing the video, but do you know what actually got me? Last night, like as soon as I got in the car, that's when like all the excitement of it kind of hit, and I was like, I feel like I just am bad at like being a person sometimes. Good morning, Corvus. Because I was like, damn, I feel like I didn't really talk to like you guys much, and like Jazz and Franco, and I didn't even think about it because I was just like, blah, 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 like, you know, everything was so chaotic and the day had gone so fast. So like after leaving, I was like, man, they came, like I could have planned to hang out after that. I could have done a thing. Like I got caught up talking to another set of parents because we're still trying to figure out what we're gonna do. I appreciate that, Lansing, because Alex even mentioned that like towards the end I didn't really like talk to you guys more, and I was like, you're right, but like, you know, we're here for Bean. And then as soon as it was in my head, I was like, oh no, and so I've been like in that space like most of the morning of this like anxiety of like, man, I could have planned better. I could have like told everyone like, let's go back to our house and we'll like celebrate Bean more and hang out, but I didn't even think about it, especially because I had no idea how long the performance was even gonna be. I don't even know how long we were there, but all I knew is like I was so excited about Bean, and we were trying to talk to these other parents about kindergarten because we still don't know where Bean's gonna go. They don't know where their daughter's gonna go. No way! Shut up! My brain was like, half an hour? 30 minutes? Whoa! Yeah, I appreciate that. That helps my brain a lot. Because especially when Bean's around, my brain not work as good. And then I start second guessing everything. So most of this morning I've been like, I'm a bad friend. I'm a bad sibling. I don't know how to like person when there's people around. It was so fucking cute though. And I just showed some of the video of Bean singing, and that like brought some of the energy back up again, where I was like, hey, thanks for blessing everyone in here with money. Yeah, they're gonna have some fat stacks now. Hell yeah, Mr. Quacked. That's the truth. Everyone's getting fat stacks. Everyone's getting fat stacks. Ooh, that was a good one. Thank you. Hey, Okay, I really appreciate that, Mr. Quacked, but please understand that if you ever can't afford it or if you don't want to, like, you can take up as much space as you want here without needing to pay money. So thank you. And I am a quick reader, so like, I bounce, you'll notice. I have to kind of go based on what my brain is ready to address or else I jumble myself. So if I'm like in the middle of responding to you at some point and then I'm like, wait, hold on, I'll come back to you. It's because my brain is already somewhere else and I have to follow it before I can come back, or else I'm like swimming against the current, you know? It was so cute, Lansing, and I'm so proud of her, dude. I'm so proud of her. I'm still so shook that her voice was the loudest voice there. I'm glad you came in this morning. You just helped me to feel more of the like excitement of that again. So thank you for that, because now the mom energy is back. And also, Chucky, come here, Chucky. Come here. Also, Lansing, you'll love this. Come here, buddy. Look who got a bath and a grooming today. Is it this little bug-eye baby? Is it this little bug-eye baby? Aren't you so cute? Look at how fluff. He's so fluff now. He's so soft and fluff. Right, little Chuck? He's like, what the fuck? Oh, sorry, that was kind of awkward. Alright. None anxiety. She did say that she felt a little nervous, and she was like, but I didn't take 3 deep breaths. And I was like, okay. That might have helped, but whatever. Hi, Schmalby. Yes, he is freshly groomed. I made a mom friend at the park, and she just moved out here from LA, and she was like a junior groomer out there, so she's getting back into it here. And I was like, oh my god, I would love to surprise Jill with that. And plus, like, his eyes, you know, they were getting a little questles. So he's fresh, and she's so sweet. And it was so cheap compared to what it would have been. Like, I think Jill was spending like 60 bucks. That's insane. That's so many dollars. Like, I can't... If I'm spending $60 on anything, it's gotta be groceries, you know what I mean? Racing fan, Larry, thank you for those follows. Okay, let me get back. She still had energy, by the way, when we got home last night. Like, she was amped until 10. I think I finally got to leave her room at like 10. Okay. For cereal, literally. Okay. I was down after escaping police in San Diego. Ugh. Yo! Like Mordor for Vanners. Oh, because Palantir. Bleh. Cop gangs. Yeah, you don't want to rent when lunch meal is 18. You're sort of a rebel. You just want to stop scrolling. So when you're home, though, when you're in your van, when you're chilling, what would you rather be doing instead of scrolling? In your ideal version of this reality where you've got this job, you're stoked about that, like you're kind of figuring it all out, what would you rather be doing with your time? Okay, so I'm gonna catch up with you now, Mr. Quacked. I've been hiding my emotions for 12 years. Okay, but your hired colleague needed to get fired. So was it your supervisor who said that your colleague needed to get fired, or was that you saying that? You're gonna share a poem? Okay. "10 times late in 1 month. At a job where I was allowed to be myself. Thank you for sharing all of that. I need to talk. I need to seek help. I need to reset. I need to heal. My friend, what are you healing from? I was asking earlier, like, what's the heaviest part of all of this for you? What kind of feels like the wound? Electrifying radio. Hello, happy today. That's 3 pages long. Okay, so let's try to condense, and what we'll do is we'll focus on like right now. If you tune in to your body, to your current experience, what are you feeling in this moment? What emotion is present, and where do you feel it in your body? Also, Shayna, I don't know if I said hi to you with mouth words. I'm gonna send Jill those pictures. Since she's not gonna see little chuckles for a while still. To finish setting up my solar. Dank? Which dank? Which dank? What up? What up, what up, what up? I'm like, hold on, because I know a lot of people who've gone by the name Dank. 10, 10, 14. You're gonna have to be more clear. My brain is like, ooh, you could be like one of like 3 or 4 people right now. Setting up your solar, working on other things. You have to be a ninja in order to not draw attention. Okay, but the reality, you have to get into a state of mind where you don't care what people think and you're willing to gamble drawing attention to yourself. You need long-form content. Hey, oh, both of you! I got both of you! That was exactly what my brain thought, too. Hey, what up, buddies? Okay. Long-form content is required for this. Why long-form content? Like, what else have you done in order to get yourself into what you're kind of describing as like a mind over matter state? Have you guys ever been in a stream before? Have you ever... Do you watch Twitch elsewhere? Let me... Hold on. I feel like... Because it says first time chat. Oh, you've had this account since 2018? Bruh. What even? The road ahead. Okay. Enjoy your work, Lurk. I actually did not know that you could not smell. Carp, I did not know. And also, hello. No, this is your first time? Do you watch, like, YouTube streams or anything like that? Aw, cute. I see some of your stuff on FaceSpace sometimes, and I'm like, bro, your kids are so old, that fucks me up. Like, that's nuts. And you'll not be able to recover. So you're talking about like a therapist, Mr. Quacked? Yeah, that is interesting. My Nana couldn't smell. She had no sense of smell, and it made it to where she couldn't really taste a lot, so she liked everything burnt. You're working on a summary? Okay. Give me as much information as you want, and then I'll let it sit and see what comes up, okay? Fuck off. Bro, no way! No way! Wait, is it both of you together currently? Both of you? Danielle, Kevin, maybe one has one hand on the keyboard, one has the other. You're like you got your hand on the left side of home row. Kev's got his hand on like the right side of home row. Yeah, like you would think, Carp, because I thought that was like pretty important for taste. That's children. That's nuts. And also when I gave birth to my daughter, when I had my daughter and I was like breastfeeding, I remembered how when I was over at your house after you had Holden, how I was holding him and he ripped one and I was like, bro, his fart just smelled like McDonald's. What the hell? And you were like, I had McDonald's this morning for breakfast. And I thought about that so many times randomly during breastfeeding. Just like how funny it is that was like one of those early experiences. Okay, hold on. I have to allow this, whatever it is that's coming in. Psychically linked and co-typing. I mean, they've been dating, married, geez. They've been together for a million forever. So honestly, the psychic link is very possible. You're glad that you can't smell right now? Is there a reason for that? You still talk about this? It cracked me up, and it was also like a warning for me, you know? The stuff you eat will impact, because I went through some fucking roasted garlic once. My sister and I made roasted garlic and bruschetta with some of the roasted garlic on it. And that night, like, it was clearing out the pipes, my brother. It was clearing out the pipes. And then Alina started clearing out the pipes too. Yeah, that's just like one of those ridiculous things. Hey, Jenny, that stayed in my brain. Okay. Give me a second. I'm gonna just read this internally instead of out loud, Mr. Quack. Come here, baby. That last part is obviously not working anymore. Yeah, okay. Okay, so I'm caught up. Oh, the duck liver mousse pate. I actually talk about that somewhat frequently. Like, I feel like that comes up on stream where I'm like, this is actually one of those things that, like, if I had access to it, I would love. I would love to learn how to make it, honestly, because I have not had it. I don't think I've had it since moving. And, oh, it's so good. You guys could go to fucking the French restaurant in Palatine. Oh, what's it called? D&J Bistro? D&J Bistro? You could go there. They have, I think it's chicken liver mousse pate, but it's like, it's a really, It used to be, you could buy like a brick of it. It was like a bread loaf almost, like a brick of that pate for like $30. And you could get it to go. And then you could get like, they give you like the baguettes and stuff with it. You've still never gone? Table flipped. Get a fucking grip. That food's so good. Go. Firelord Case, what's up? We gotta go out the kitchen window. Oh my goodness. Okay, so you mentioned, Mr. Quack, that you're getting help. Is that, have you already located a therapist? Is that the direction that you're headed? What's the vibes? What's the plan? I'm not one of the normal men. Is that relating to the conversation we were having yesterday about like the patriarchy? Alex and I had a really interesting conversation when we were on our way to pick up Alina too. Oh, I see. I want to just say also, Mr. Quack, that I'm really sorry for everything you went through. Yo, I'm happy that you have a therapist, Firelord. Fuck yeah. I dealt with a lot of like childhood abuse, and just there's been some hard stuff in my life as well, so I can relate to that kind of fear of going too into it. And yeah, like if you push it all down, eventually it is gonna start leaking in some ways, and that can be dangerous depending on what your kind of more likely conditioned patterns are, you know? 3 months, damn. So they don't do, you can't do like a therapist in the meantime? Would you be able to even like pay out of pocket? I don't know how they do things exactly in the Netherlands for that. Are you able to like go and see a therapist, not necessarily a psychiatrist? Oh, let me see if I missed anything. Oh yeah, Larry McGoogle. I had asked you, I think, if it emerged from my face hole and not just in my brain. I had asked you what else you typically would do, if there's anything else that offers you kind of a more spacious existence aside from long form content. Well, you got us. We got your back, Mr. Quacked. Kevin, Dandel. Dandel Dupers. What are your lives like these days? I haven't heard anything or talked to y'all in so fucking long. The Brando, I'm so happy to know that you started therapy. I have a new therapist. I actually have to schedule another session with her. She's so fucking great. I was like cracking again. I felt like I was really starting to kind of lose it when I signed up for her this time, and then had like a really nice sort of like breakthrough internally, like with my own stuff and with Alex, and it was so fucking helpful because now I'm like, ooh, I get to go to this awesome new therapist with totally different state of mind. Like I feel like it's gonna be even more supportive. Hmm. Oh yeah, and for those of you who are newer here, I don't think we really got to talk about it too much yesterday, but I run a bi-weekly video chat as well. We as a community meet. So anyone who is on the Patreon, and if you can't afford the Patreon, like please know that you are always welcome to join. You just have to send me a DM and tell me you want to join the calls, but you can't afford it. I'm not gonna like ask for anything beyond that. I'll just give you the link. But every other Saturday, we meet for 2 hours over Zoom. And the first hour, we do mindfulness kind of discussion and practice. Do I have it in here? We're currently using this book as like a loose guide, Dancing with Life. And this is Buddhist Insights for Finding Meaning and Joy in the Face of Suffering. So, you know, I teach Vipassana meditation, which is a Buddhist, of the Buddhist lineage. And this book basically goes into detail on the Four Noble Truths. And this is not like you have to come and become Buddhist or anything like that. There's no requirement to believe any of it, but it's a really fun and interesting thing to explore together. The discussions about suffering and how that impacts our lives, and craving and how that impacts our lives, and what the Buddhists suggest as a path out of that kind of suffering, out of that craving. So the first hour of our bi-weekly video chats, we are going through each of the Four Noble Truths, one at a time. And each Noble Truth has 3 insights associated with it. So we're going through those one at a time as well. So the first hour, I basically give kind of the rundown on whatever, hey Raider Rich, on whatever Noble Truth it is that we're on, or whatever insight we're on. Then we do a guided practice. I lead a guided meditation. And then once we're done with the meditation, we kind of discuss what came up for us, you know, what we agree with, what we don't, like anything that comes up during that conversation. And then the second hour is just open support group conversations. And you don't have to have your camera on. You don't have to share or speak if you don't want to. The way that we open that part of it is typically, does anyone have anything they're excited about that they want to share? Does anyone have anything that they are looking forward to or proud of themselves for that they would like to share? Is there anything that you're finding challenging or struggling with that you would like some perspective on, where we all can kind of weigh in and offer our thoughts? Or is there anything that you might be kind of struggling with or finding challenging that you just want to be able to vent out and have people hold space but don't say shit? So it's a really cool, really supportive environment. And if you are finding that you're in a space right now where you need more support, I think that's a really supportive space. We also have a private chat in the Discord related to that group. So if you want to be able to, you know, continue the conversations and have more vulnerable discussions outside of like the general Discord, that space is also available to you. And I have a ton of resources on the Patreon too. So if you can afford it and you want to check it out, cool. If you can't afford it and you want to check it out, just DM me on Discord and tell me, and I will make sure that you have access. You would think being mentally scarred from 8 years ago. I'm gonna close my door, this fucking cat. Girl, get a grip. Oh, of course. Bring it up, Carp, always. That's okay. I can break it down for you again. If you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, like, I can always summarize again. Let me know whenever you're ready. Okay, so you would think being mentally scarred from 8 years ago would heal me over time, but nope, it's still affecting you just the same. What kind of work have you been doing? Like, have you noticed any even subtle shifts? You said you've got a therapist. I don't know how long you've been going. Because what comes up for me, Firelord, is that I've heard this related in an interesting way, that the kind of journey of like healing and growth isn't this like linear path. And for a lot of people, they view their sort of healing journey as a thing where they're like taking a couple steps forward and then like more steps back. But if we take it out of that linear, like single plane, and we imagine our healing and our personal growth, whatever you'd want to consider it, as a spiral, and it's going up, because I think spiraling down gives people sort of negative connotations also. You may be meeting the same kind of, this is the trauma, we'll say. You may be meeting that same trauma over and over in your life, but you're meeting it from a different perspective every time. There are ways that you have likely grown. There are ways that you have likely found where you've understood yourself a little bit better, or you've maybe found ways to care for yourself better, including going to therapy. So it sucks to realize that some of this heavy stuff is likely to be present, is likely to resurface throughout your life, but I think it can be beneficial to remember that you're still a different you seeing it. You have grown, you have progressed, you have gained some self-understanding, and that's really valuable, that's really important. Yes, I love that, Penny. Your doctor's calling you insane for still working, but you feel like working is the only thing that's keeping you alive. Yeah, I can see why. Like, it feels good sometimes to have some degree of, like, routine. Chill here for a second, but write it down later. Okay. The gist of it is every other weekend, every other Saturday, Mr. Quacked, we meet for 2 hours. We start with mindfulness discussion and practice, and then we go into an open support group. So normally we'd be doing that like around this time. It starts at, we typically start at what is noon Eastern. So if you would ever like to join, our next one will be next Saturday from noon Eastern to 4 Eastern? Is that what it is? I think that's it. Emily Poo on you. What's up, buddy? How you doing today? Happy weekend. Anyone else want to take a hit? Where's... Oh, I actually did. I do. Let me read this first and then I'll go. Sensual anime. You're down to clown? We getting clowny today? Yeehaw, kids. Okay. Yeah. How long have you been doing therapy? And what else are you doing to help resource and support yourself? How are you doing? I'm gonna go grab my vape because it's in the other room. Oh, and I have to put on the content classification. Hi, Sky. Happy today. Could not remember what I was doing. Oh no, what did I do? Get out of here. Hold on, I'm gonna send this message to Joe really quick. Yeah, I met another mom at the park with Bean the other day, and she was loving on Lucky because he went with us. So she was telling me that she was a groomer when she was in California, and they just moved out here, and she's trying to get into it. And I was like, "Oh, really? How much would you charge to get little Chuckles groomed here?" And she was so good with him. She like looked him all over, and she was like, $20, $30 if you want a bath. And I was like, yes, you're hired. So she basically lives like in our neighborhood, but on the other side of it. And she came this morning and took such good care of him, and he looks so cute. So I told her about what you do also, and that you two might be able to kind of collaborate in some way. But I figured you'd be happy to see your little bug-eyed baby looking like a bug-eyed baby again. For who was that therapy question? Okay, so I had asked you if you have the option to like self-pay to get therapy, not psychiatry, before your psychiatry appointment. Is that a possibility for you? And then my question about how long therapy was initially for Firelord. Okay, Bella, welcome. Do you think people ever really get a second chance at love later in life? Like if two people were close in the path and life pulled them in different directions, is it possible to reconnect in a meaningful way? Yeah, I think absolutely. Oh, this little frog. You desperately need to stop letting others control your emotions. I need it. What's going on, Sky? Get it out. Get it out. Roundabout, but it feels that way. So why do you share it today, Carp? Like what brought that up? What are you wanting to do with or about that? I'm gonna go grab my vape. I'll be right back. Love it. Chucky buck butt. Who you barking at like that? Who you talking to? Maddles! What's up, Maddles? Happy today, kids. The small things, like using things I enjoy, like gaming, talking to the wife and kids, bonding with your baby kitten, using the see, hear, and touch technique meditation. That's awesome. Okay, so ASMR. Love that. Oh, I'm so glad that you have a good, consistent therapist. I'm very happy. I'm very happy for you on that. Bella, now that I'm back, I'm curious why you ask your question. What brought that up? Firelord, so let's say you're hanging out, trying to do something. You have that quiet time you mentioned, and things start kind of creeping in. What's your next move typically? Oh, I love that, Penny. Some breakthroughs. Oh. Oh, I didn't know that was yesterday, Penny. I'm sorry. Wow, that must have been interesting with the, like, accidentally getting too high yesterday, too. I'm so tired of feeling up and down every day. Girlfriend gets mad, codependent, you get mad, or she's happier on a day, then you're okay on that day. Oh. Wondering how not to let things affect me as hard as they do. It's so hard. It's so hard, Sky. I'm sorry for how heavy that feels. I feel I see this guy, assume he's a creep, then see myself in that and worry others see me that way. You don't want to keep struggling with this. Okay. Okay. Let me just... It's interesting because, like, what's coming up for me right now is that there's sort of a common theme arising here today. And I'm gonna give myself a moment to see how my brain wants to respond. So I'm gonna eat a little bite of this because I'm feeling hungry. This granola bar is so busted looking. Mm-hmm. Mmm. Oh, goodness, Jenny. Mmm. Mmm. Okay. Okay. So the first thing that's coming up for me here is this kind of common theme. And this is something I super relate to, by the way, and I can share a little bit of that if that's helpful, but that a common theme seems to be some of us experiencing things related to our past that are painful, related to things that hurt us, to experiences that were painful, and it being heavy. Or stuff like, you know, being kind of activated in the now and it feeling really big and really heavy. And what I heard from a couple of you is like, I just want this to stop, basically. I want this to not have to be my reality. And so I have to just say, like, this is, though. Right now, this is. And that's okay, even if it sucks. So if we remember the rain practice, right? How we work with that. It's so important for us to, I think, remember like the second arrow in Buddhism, right? The first arrow is the pain of life, the injury that came from whatever happened in your life. And then the second arrow in Buddhism is the one that's self-inflicted, and that's the one that comes from us resisting it, trying to deny it, trying to pretend it's not there or wish it away. And I very much understand the impulse to do that because it sucks and it's painful and we would prefer to not be uncomfortable in that way. But the sort of paradoxical thing is we have to remember that the only way out is through. Hey, Erica. We have to allow ourselves to acknowledge that this is the reality right now, that this might come up again in the future, and continue to do what we can to adapt and adjust and process and heal and breathe and be as kind as we can to ourselves. So if you can't change the circumstances that you're in, you know, and I think Sky, like, you are, as far as I'm aware, like very committed to making this relationship work. If this were a situation where you were seeing like this is not the right relationship for you, then I would say, like, you know, maybe evaluate that. If this is something that you're concerned is going to continue to impact your life long term, then it might be worth, you know, evaluating that. But if this is something that you want to stay in, then the first thing we have to do is accept that this is what's happening, that you are able to be influenced by the energy in the room. And that's not even unique to you. I know you're dealing with some different forms of neurodivergence that make it easier to ruminate and really latch onto that. And that doesn't mean that you are going to be incapable of kind of moving beyond this. And I'm sorry that it super, super sucks. I'm sorry that it super, super sucks. Yes. There's a phrase I heard a long time ago that I repeat often because it just, you know, it rhymes and it's really resonant. But that which we resist persists. So if whatever it is that's coming up is being met with, no, get the fuck out of here, we're kind of making it more real, more solid than it needs to be. And some of the work that I do in terms of like teaching meditation and trying to help people find some of these mindfulness practices is we're looking to gradually widen our window of tolerance. And that window of tolerance relates to discomfort, stress, trauma, agitation, like all of the stuff that comes up that we really don't want to be feeling or dealing with. Life is going to include that. None of us are going to get to exist in this world without some degree of suffering, of discomfort, right? And those of you who are in like the group with us as we're going through the Four Noble Truths, you know, it's dukkha, right? It's dukkha. And dukkha is being locked in sort of in a way because of tanha, which is craving or clinging, right? We're clinging to this idea that things should be other than they are. We're craving for this version of our lives that we don't currently have. We're craving for us to not be feeling something that is here. So acceptance has to be kind of the first step in any of this process. We have to accept that this is where we're at and that it is okay. Even if it sucks, that it's okay. It doesn't mean anything about you. It's not like it's abnormal. It is okay to be finding this stuff difficult because it is difficult. And then you add all the systemic injustices on top of this that limit your ability to go and exist in the world safely and get the care that you deserve and have the community that you deserve. There's a lot to work with. That's interesting, Jenny. I got you, Penny. Eric, I love you. Yeah, I feel that, Nicole. That like ADHD type vibes. Because I know that I'm ADHD. And the more that I look into it, the more I'm like, oh yeah, I'm probably on the spectrum. Because some of this stuff is definitely resonant at this point. Knowing this is not enough is enough to make a change. Yeah, I like that. So, Sky, I think you've been doing this work long enough to know a lot of your options here. So what do you think if I were to ask you, like, let's imagine that this is someone else who just shared everything you just shared with me. Okay, another friend just came in and expressed all of this. What do you think that you would be offering as some possibilities? What kinds of questions would you ask? What up, monster? Okay, so going back to what we were talking about. So acceptance being a super important first part. You just don't know the boundaries and you're fucking scared. Okay. I'm glad you're expressing this. What type of boundary do you think might be valuable for you to be able to maintain some autonomy again? How can you start to kind of reclaim your life and decenter your partner's needs and wants? Mr. Quacked, join us in the Discord, in the group chats if you ever want to. We're here for you. I hope you know that like you can come in and share with us as often as you need to. We got your back. Go do some deep breathing. Give yourself some means of resourcing, of feeling a little bit steadier, and come back whenever. We'll be here. And I'm wishing you so much wellness. I feel that's so hard, Nicole. Oh, I'm sorry, cause like it probably was like a disorienting thing. And I'm like, oh my god, me too, bro. Cause like when things don't go the way I'm anticipating, I think that I am pretty capable of adapting and like moving on the fly, but internally it's a lot. That is really important to share, so thank you. Let me see where I wanted to leave off here, where I was going. If someone is homophobic, does that make them a gayist? I agree, Frisky. Oh, it's been a while since I've heard a word that was immediately like, oh, yes. Yes. Sky, I think I've asked you this before, but like, is this the right relationship for you? Is this something that you see improving in your future? And if it doesn't, is that a future that you want for yourself? Woo, that's chilly. What up, Marco? You don't know how to say stuff without sounding rude or making them reply with, everyone leaves me because of how I am. No one can handle me. I'm too much. I've always been this sensitive. Nobody wants me. Oh, yeah. There's likely validity in what they are saying, and that's also a form of manipulation, Sky. That's not your responsibility. You're not responsible for handling someone, especially if they aren't doing that work themselves. And it still haunts you even in your time of peace. Okay. Happy for your fat dab, Cosmos. So in your time of peace, you're sitting, you're doing something, you're feeling kind of chill, and then this stuff starts to creep in. Have you ever tried naming what's arising and then refocusing your attention elsewhere? Just name it. No judgment, no pushing away. Ah, there you are. Fear, anxiety, agitation, whatever, and then refocus. What up, Migs? Yes, exactly, Nicole. I'm so glad that Jenny mentioned that, because I think I had mentioned that to someone else in another stream too, and I want to keep that fresh in mind, that mental health is already not very well understood, and this current administration is really pushing some horrible ideologies. So getting an autism diagnosis, I would also be a little bit wary of if you're not looking to get some kind of medication or something. I would definitely be trying to just build up your own internal map in a way. What up, First Order? Glad I recognize, of course. All technically undiagnosed, yeah. And like the language, having that label can be useful because then you have some resources to kind of go into. But if you think you probably are on the spectrum, you can kind of just move in that direction and start trying some stuff and see what works for you, because the spectrum is really big anyway. And what's going to work for you is going to be so different from what will work for others, you know? Yeah, that makes sense, Sky. Oh, that sucks too, Penny. I've seen that anxiety is very often missed, or ADHD is often missed and believed to just be anxiety, and I think autism is another one like that. I don't know how to start a conversation like this until they're in the moment of being triggered, which isn't a good time. Very true, very true. So, do you want to talk through with us how you might go about starting that conversation? Come here. Lucky! I don't want this reaction from the way I look at others for a multitude of reasons. Judgmental. Okay. So the first step is, like I was just saying, Carp, it's accept that this reaction might come up again. So once you accept that this is likely to happen again, then you can kind of strategize. How do you want to meet it? The next time someone comes in and you notice, oh, there it goes again. There's that old familiar pattern that's just kicking in and starting to say all kinds of dumb shit. How do I want to meet that? What do I want to say to it? Dude, I'm so excited about this. This is so, like, different direction, but I'm going to be switching offices soon because my sister-in-law is going to be moving in for a while with her daughter. So I'm going to go into the office I was in when we first moved here, if any of you kind of remember that. And in there, we have 2 big whiteboards on the wall. And I was like, ooh, I'm so excited that there's going to be opportunities for me to be like, okay, here's what we're dealing with. And then like, draw a stick figure or something. Okay. Okay, Sky. Do you think maybe you need to regulate? Like, are you feeling currently a little bit dysregulated? Do you feel like you're a little flooded, a bit overwhelmed in the moment? That's exactly it. I basically consider them to be among the symptoms of existing as neurodivergent in our society. Yes. Like, of course you're sad. Of course you're anxious. This is not okay for us. We all deserve so much better. Today is a day I want big foods. I'm very hungry. I might have to take you into the kitchen at some point. I have this friend that messages me all the time but is never free to actually meet up and do stuff. Is it unfair to stop replying all the time? I don't know about like fairness, but what does it mean to you? Like are you asking this person to hang out and they just are completely unable, but they expect you to like respond a lot? Because some people are just not as comfortable in person as they are over text. Do you still want this relationship and this friendship, even if they can't like really hang out? Yeah, that's very scary. Yeah, and even then they can get it wrong, Nicole. It's just not something you can invest in personally. So, like, does it have to be a they can't hang out and so it's just a full stop? Or maybe, like Penny's kind of suggesting, maybe your boundaries could just be adjusted where, like, I don't know if you feel like sort of a sense of obligation to immediately respond when someone's messaging you, but that could be something on your end to, like, pull back from. Like, it doesn't have to be so black and white of, like, well, I don't want this, so no, right? Yo, what up, Ray? How you doing? Yeah. Dang. So, like, you can't really enjoy a day off because of these triggers. Can you get out of the house? Can you go do something? Can you go hang out at a library for a while and have, like, some space? Yeah, that's really hard, Firelord. Are you are you living with parents, family? Are you talking about like a partner? wife and kids. Okay, so when you say family, is that your wife and children who don't believe this, or is this like your family that you grew up with? Yeah, and you can stop that at any time. Emily, poo on you. You can poo on that habit of feeling like you have to be so accessible to people. And I should be more clear thinking. I have started to draw more boundaries when it comes to my phone communication. And that caused me a lot of anxiety for a while because of a lot of like trauma on my end also. And this year, that's been something I've been just saying, like, no, I don't need to respond to everyone the same day. I don't need to. It's completely unnecessary. We were not meant to be this accessible to so many people. So, like, you can always send a message and just be like, hey, I'm establishing better boundaries with my phone. So I just want to let you know I'm probably not going to respond as quickly as I used to. Lucky! I'm probably going to be responding, you know, like every couple of days or something like that. Oh my gosh, these animals. I just don't understand how someone can want to be my friend but doesn't make the time to actually meet up. That is valid and understandable. And I bet a number of people in here can probably relate to being on both sides of that. Like, for me, I'm a mom, and so it can be really hard because I think some people still expect me to be able to just, like, make time to do things. And, like, I don't have many options for babysitters out here. I don't, like, have money to even afford an actual babysitter most of the time. So, like, sometimes it's a matter of, like, I kind of can't make the time. And in previous times in my life, sometimes one of the challenges was, because of how my particular mind works, if it's not right in front of me, I forget that it exists. I forget people, I forget to call, I forget to check in. I'm so focused on surviving existence that I don't get to all the things I would like to. So, like, this friend might be going through some stuff. They might be stressed, they might be overwhelmed, they might be neurodivergent. There's a lot of different things. Maybe you're just time rich and don't get it. I mean, there could be a number of reasons, and I don't know that you necessarily have to have one. Like, if you're seeing that this is a situation where the friendship is largely going to be text, then just consider it like a long distance friendship and create your own boundaries around how you would like to communicate. Yeah, I'm glad you shared that. Hey, Aaron, Carp. I'm glad you shared that, Carp. That's nice, Jenny. I could, but then she wants to go with me everywhere because she doesn't trust me at all because of something that happened over a year ago with our relationship, so she wants to go. She's terrified of messaging men on my phone and shit. Oh, girl. Okay. If you're comfortable, like, is that what happened? Were you like talking to someone else in your relationship? And this is a boundary. This right here is like a glaring, like, this is an important boundary space. Because her wanting to go with you everywhere, her not trusting you, is not your responsibility to manage. If she doesn't trust you to live an independent, autonomous life and come back together, then it's not the right relationship. You do not have to adjust everything in your life for your partner's comfort, especially when it's very much wrecking you. Oh, let me see what I missed here. So when you were in California, it was your family you grew up. Okay, so it's part of why you left and you chose to move on your own. So you do have, like, your wife, I don't know how old your kids are. Do you feel safe in your relationship? Mulgoosies, what's up? Bro, Doom, you should see the fucking sense of humor she's already getting from being around my family and the guys and stuff. Yeah, Sky, that'll just drain the fuck out of you, dude. I hate that I let this go on for 7 years. I have so much resentment and grief. You don't know what to do. Yes! Volunteering at your local animal shelter. Oh, go? How'd that go for you, Aaron? Also, Emily, I do want to also like make sure that we validate that like you feeling frustrated by this is totally okay, normal. Like there's no issue with the fact that this feels big to you. You know, like I don't know if I said that, so I want to make sure that I mention it. Yes, Penny. Yes. Okay. I'm glad you feel safe in your relationship. People need to treat me nicer too. There's a difference between kind treatment and like being walked on. And you can be very kind and be firm in your boundaries of like, look, I am going to go out on my own because I need this space to myself. And it actually has nothing to do with you. Like in this case, it kind of does, but it also doesn't. You deserve to be your own independent person. And it is up to her to figure out how to process that. It is not your responsibility to prep her for the possibility that her partner is going to go and be alone for a while or go hang out with friends without her. Like, you don't have to be conjoined twins. Yikes, that sucks, Aaron. I've mentioned wanting to meet up more and said I'd be more interested in IRL friendships. Okay. Like, the way you're sharing it here still feels a bit open, you know? Like, hey, can we do something sometime? Versus, like, I don't think I'm gonna be as accessible via text anymore because I'm prioritizing hanging out with people in person. So if you text me, that's cool. Like, I'll respond when I have time. But I would love for us to actually set a date and do something. Are you interested in that? My gorgeous girl. You just needed space, huh? Okay. So you're sitting peacefully, Firelord. This stuff starts to arise. As I mentioned earlier, have you tried naming the experiences that are arising and returning your focus somewhere else? Sometimes it can be something in your present experience. Sometimes it can be something that you find really beautiful or wholesome, like a really cool memory of your kids or something. You can find ways to redirect your mind without saying, get the fuck out of here, to what comes up. Oh, Sky. This is a hard one, and I'm so sorry, because that is really rough. You don't want to leave this state. Are you in a position where you would be able to start investing in your own vehicle or any kind of public transit? Because that's one of the kind of... that can be a sign of an abusive relationship also, if you don't... Like, my partner, for example, we shared his car for a long time, and he was very opposed to me buying my own, and I think it was because he wanted that control. So if we weren't in a good space, I couldn't use the car. If he was mad at me, he would tell me, find your own way to work tomorrow. Like, it was really not good, you know? Yeah, and it's your time, Emily. It's your time. You get to decide what you do with it. Be real clear with this friend. That would be what I would personally be suggesting. Be real clear with this friend, kindly. Like, hey, I'm realizing I don't like texting as much as I used to, and I would like to prioritize in-person hangouts. Would you like to plan something? And if not, I just wanted to give you a heads up. I'm not going to be responding as frequently. I'm going to start putting my phone on like do not disturb. I'm going to be doing a lot more stuff because I want more space away from my phone. Yes. Oh, it feels so good to like not feel that urgency to respond. Jenny, you're such a fucking cool person. I'm so excited for when you do find a partner that's just as cool as you. That's like, yeah, I totally understand it. We don't have to text. I'll call you later. Or like, we'll hang out, whatever. Oh no. Oh, girl. Whose name is the dog under? Who officially got the dog? And I forget what state you live in right now, Sky. Lucky, would you stop with the little broofs over there, dude? I'm gonna need you to get a grip. The smell gets you? Yeah, I'm glad that you're away from that. So what comes up for you in response to what I had mentioned, Fire Lord? This idea of allowing whatever's coming to come, naming it, and then returning your attention elsewhere. And on days when you're feeling really activated, this is not necessarily an easy thing. It's a simple process, but it's not necessarily easy. Like last night, I mentioned this morning that like I was feeling one of my kind of anxiety triggers and I was feeling myself really ruminating on it, and I had to work pretty hard to not allow it to be all consuming, because it was all of last night, all of this morning until I started stream, just really like weighing on me. So every time I noticed it, okay, and then refocus. Okay, refocus. Oh, that's so sad. Yeah, you and the dog deserve better. Do you think that if you two were to split, you would be able to take it? Okay, what part of that is a struggle? She'd probably make you take her. How do you feel about that? Did you answer what state you're living in? Because you said most of your family's in Texas. Do you have friends out there aside from her? Michigan. Oh, okay. Only coworkers? But like buds? People who you feel like some connection to? Makes you react in a panic? And what is that reaction like? What is that experience like? Yeah. But it sounds like you think she would probably come with you anyway, the dog. You would get to keep the dog. Okay. Would you be able to afford living on your own somewhere in your area, Sky? Even like an apartment, which I know isn't like necessarily ideal with a dog. But like, would you be able to find like a roommate situation? Whose name's on the lease? I'm assuming you guys are renting? Yeah, I mean, we all have those moments, right? Dude, I bopped. Not like super hard, but I did like a little bop on one of the cat's heads like months ago. And oh my god, the way that I was immediately like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. Like I was just so overstimmed. I was really like, I was feeling it. And then I think it was Mimi like came and got like right up in what I was doing. And I was like, no. And I did one of these, just a little bop. And then I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. I will never do that again. Oh my god. Like I felt terrible. Terrible. You live at her mom's house. Okay. We pay for almost everything besides the house payment. Oh, okay. You tense up, hope that it doesn't happen again. Okay. I have to think of how to word this. So, if you're envisioning like sitting and kind of being still, and this stuff comes in, you name it and try to redirect. You just allowing it to be there. And you start to tense and then start to kind of push it away again. Is that what I'm hearing? And what do you mean when you say your freakouts? What does that mean? What is the limit of that assistance, Sky? Like, is your mom in a position where she could help you afford to get a place on your own while you like get settled? Like maybe help you rent an apartment or try to find a roommate or something, or rent a little house. Is your mom is in Texas, I take it? Hyperventilation to the point where your panic attack triggers. Okay. And what do you do when that happens? Yeah, and you also mentioned that when you do try to talk about your own stuff, it gets turned around and turned into her stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah, cheers, babies. Cheers to all of you sweet little critters. It's not ideal. They're alright, Corpus. Like, it do the trick. Cheers. Okay. Okay. Talk you down from it. So, what is a panic attack like for you? In terms of, because you used a couple different ways of describing this experience for you. What is a panic attack like for you? Have you ever been in a position where you've just ridden it out? Rode it out? I'm so, whenever we talk about stuff in here, I just have to say this is such a strange thing maybe, but like, I'm so glad that I'm not a therapist, that this isn't a situation where I have to like limit my involvement with you all, because I just love you so much. And like, I like to consider all of us friends, even though I understand that that dynamic is different because, like, I'm streaming, we're not hanging out in person. You know, there's the potential power dynamic based on, depending on how everything kind of feels for you. But like, I feel such an investment in all of your joy because I care about you so much. And so like Sky, I'm hearing you, and I'm just thinking like, God, I want so much more for you. Like, you deserve an experience that is your own. You've been doing so much wonderful work in your own self-understanding and processing, and like, when you show up to our calls, you show up. You show up. Like, you have been so forthcoming and so willing to take accountability when needed. Like, I envision a really fucking cool future for you. And I think the last time that you and I had talked about this too, I was kind of saying the same thing, like, is this the right relationship for you? And then I think you had like another period of things being a little better in the household, which is pretty consistent with relationships that are in a cycle of abuse. You know, suddenly you start feeling way more, oh no, your dog just chewed up her slippers. Oh, like your girlfriend's slippers? Take a deep breath. Everyone right now, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna take a nice deep breath. It's okay that you're crying. It's okay. Would voice be comfortable for you, Sky? Do you want to get in Discord? And like, dogs do dog things. I'm sure she is going to be really upset, and it sounds like she's already treating her terribly anyway. And I also like you deserve to be in a space where like your dog can make a mistake, can do a dog thing, and it doesn't feel so big. Yeah, it's okay. That's cool, Sky. Sky, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. Dogs do dog things. Dogs chew stuff up. They pee on things. They're dogs. When she got a dog, she also signed up for the potential of her shit getting chewed up. This is not a you responsibility thing. This is both of your dogs. She brought the dog into the house. And it's okay that you feel bad. It sucks, especially if she liked those slippers. And it's not on you. It's not on you. Hey, Slow Cloud. Hey, Quiet. The pursuit of perfection is often told to be a useless, fruitless, and self-defeating goal to go after. Is it not? Yes. Yes. Heart racing, vision distortion, hyperventilation to where I can't seem to catch my breath. Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna let all of this just sit. Okay, Sky, where are you feeling it in your body the most right now? You feel like you're gonna get in so much trouble? My friend, my beautiful friend, you are an adult. You are a badass. Your girlfriend can be upset. She can have her own feelings. That does not mean that you are in trouble. This is not your fault. Mistakes happen, and if your partner is not able to process that, then maybe Like, if this feels really big, maybe this is a sign that this is like a now thing. Maybe you need to call your mom and see if you can get out of the house with the dog. Maybe you guys need to go. Because this is not the type of reaction that someone in a healthy relationship deserves. Like, it's okay to expect, like, dang, my partner's gonna be really pissed about this because, and that's okay. I know, you have a lot. Can you imagine a version of you that responds to her agitation by saying, I'm sorry, this is a bummer, it sucks, it's a mistake, and I am gonna go in this other space until you can regulate? Like, go into your room, go into, I don't know how many spaces you have, if there's another bedroom where you can go and like lock the door. Ooh, that's a good idea, Melphis. I wonder what I have here. In this moment, there may not be a ton of options that are good, okay? In this moment, this exact second, but maybe this is an opportunity to see that you deserve better than this, that this is not good for any of you. Maybe this is the time where you make a choice and you say, okay, I'm not doing this anymore. This is going to be the last time that I have to be stuck in this experience of not knowing what to do because of something simple, something very common that happened in my day. Maybe now is the time to start making a plan on when you can exit. Yeah. Is that something that you would feel comfortable expressing to her in advance? Like, I am feeling really anxious right now because I'm worried that you are going to come home and yell a lot. And I don't process that well. That's really hard for me, so I'm feeling afraid. Yet all everyone's stories here ever tell me is I have to be better than all of this. I hear so often these partners that are terrible to their SOs. I feel like I have to be perfect. I have to be attractive and an emotional bulwark and all of those things. I've caused this kind of pain in others, and being perfect is your only recourse. You're worried about causing pain in someone else again. Okay. You can acknowledge and release that at any point, because you will. You will. There is zero chances that you or any of us are going to be able to exist in our lives without causing harm. Mindfulness is a great way for us to start becoming more aware of those things, start recognizing some of our patterns so that we can be a bit more proactive in how we kind of help shape ourselves. But there is no such thing as perfect, and that mindset is just gonna fuck you up because you're going to make mistakes. And especially if you're obsessing in your mind about being perfect instead of being able to actually be present with them, you're more likely to miss stuff. The obsession with perfection is going to get in the way of you being present. And that's the space where you are the least likely to cause harm, because you're more attuned to the emotions and the feelings and the experiences around you, and you're not so up here. And what I would also point out, Carp, is that everyone's stories in here are about their own experiences. They're not telling you have to be better than this. You already know the type of partner you want to be. You already know the things that you don't want to do. You have to just be ready to take accountability when you do fuck up and offer care. Do your best. No one expects perfection of their partners. Alex and I hurt each other's feelings all the time. We are not trying to. We do our best to be mindful of it. But like, it's so easy for it to happen. Maybe he's a little bit like tired and stressed, and I make a comment that normally would land fine, but because he's feeling some feelings already, it just like hits him. Maybe I'm in that position where I'm a little tired and stressed, or I've already been kind of dick kicking myself, and then he comes in and makes a totally innocuous comment, and I interpret it in a way that hurts. Right? Like, it's going to happen. It's okay. It's a part of being in relationship with others. Well, her expectations are no longer your concern, Sky. You deserve so much better than this. Do you feel prepared to be done with this? Do you feel prepared to start moving beyond? Because that's going to impact what my answer is, or my response to what you had shared just in this message right above. Hello, Snick. How you doing? Our stories don't say anything about you, right? Is this the right relationship for you? Like, I'm being direct, and it's also like I don't want you to feel pushed, because this is your life. And as I was saying, like, you deserve better than this. You deserve better than this. This is not healthy. If it stays this way, this is not the right relationship for me. Okay, so now the next question. Take a few slow, deep breaths and ask yourself, is this going to change? And see what comes up in your body. See what you feel. Because you've already mentioned that you have been trying. You have been doing your best to make this relationship healthier for 7 years. I think that was the number. So if it stays this way, what signs do you have that it won't? Do you have any clear indication, any kind of strong feeling that says things are improving? Hybrid Heathen, hello, thank you for the follow. Amen to that, Jenny. Carp, the fact that you fear that means you're going to pay attention to it. You're going to do your best to be a thoughtful, warm, caring partner. I believe that very much for you. Yeah, I'm sorry, Firelord. That's really heavy. Let me go back to what you had expressed. Okay. So, boy, I always feel like I have to go existential so quick on this. Like, do you understand that you're not your thoughts, Firelord? Is that something that like resonates deeply with you? The understanding that your mind is generating thoughts and beliefs, and your body is just kind of like having all of these sensations arise and fall, like without your involvement, that all of this is just a system running kind of without you. Do you feel deeply connected to that understanding? Sky, I'm sending you so much love, my friend. I wish I could give you such a big hug right now if you enjoy hugs. She thinks it's not her job to do. Yeah. It's not your job. It's not your job. And like, I get that the neurodivergence aspect of this makes it feel really tricky, right? There's definitely a lot of nuance to be had in a discussion related to the behaviors of someone who struggles with some kind of mental illness or neurodivergence. Like, I get that. I really do. And it's still not like your responsibility to try to force yourself into a situation that is not okay for you because you want to support someone who has these certain needs or experiences. Like, it is okay to walk away. It really does suck. It really does suck if you know how much of this relates to her disorder, and it's not up to you to change everything in your life so that she can continue to act out some of the worst aspects of the behaviors that come from it. Because if she's not doing the work, this is it. Every day will be up and down. And is that what you want? To be like, this is so cool, we're in such a good space, and then the next day, everything is really painful and uncomfortable again. Yeah, and if she's like, that's a pretty big deal, Sky. And I also want to point out something that, like, in a situation like this, where from my perspective and the experiences I have also had, this relationship is an abusive relationship. Taking an abusive relationship and saying, okay, like, I'm finally done. I'm actually going to move out. We're not going to be together anymore. And then having that person say, fine, I'm going to go to therapy. I'm going to change. Taking an abusive relationship and throwing therapy at it doesn't necessarily mean things will change. Because if she doesn't believe that she needs it, and then suddenly you say, I'm leaving if you don't, and she goes, it's kind of unlikely to change things for the better. And I think from what I've seen, it's more likely that the therapy talk will be weaponized against you further. So I kind of want to point that out as a possibility, that if you decide to leave and suddenly she says she'll do all the work, tell her, awesome, do that. I'm still going. Because maybe in the future you guys come back together because she has made a genuine improvement, and maybe not. But at least in all that time, she is learning how to regulate on her own. You are getting your life back. Yes, absolutely, Firelord Case. And I'm glad that you mentioned that. I'm glad that you mentioned that sometimes, like, it's a lot harder to ignore. Okay, so I'm glad that you have that understanding, right? You are the sky. You are the sky. You are this big, vast container, awareness. And in awareness enters all kinds of different clouds, different weather patterns. You know, there's emotions, and there's thoughts, and there's beliefs, there's physical sensations. There's all of these things just flowing on through. And when we get too locked into this idea of who we are, and we start, like, resisting any of those, we start pushing them away because one of these identities is freaked out by it in some way. What we're doing is we're just kind of gunking up the works, right? It's like we're just clogging a tube almost. Suddenly this vast space is constricting, is getting smaller, and we feel less capable of processing any of the things that do manage to kind of sneak past this big dam we've built, this wall we put up. So what has been supportive for me, and what is something that I was trained in when I was doing the meditation teacher training, is that through the practice of allowing ourselves to experience things, we gradually start to widen that window of tolerance. We gradually open that space up again, so that more can come in and we feel capable of processing and experiencing it safely. So the reason I asked you if you're comfortable with that understanding that you are not your thoughts, you are not this body either, is because even something like a panic attack, it is possible to be in a position where you feel safe experiencing it, even if it sucks, even if you would rather not do it. And the kind of intro steps, the work that begins to get someone to a point where they can process the, like, experience of something that big moving through them. And I think grief, extreme, like, grief is another thing that's kind of similar to a panic attack in a way, because the waves and the body sensations are so extreme that we have to be prepared to surrender, to let go and let it do its thing, even though it sucks and it's scary and it's painful and our breath goes a little wild, right? With that understanding of this will pass. Everything passes. So what I would be working on, if I were in your position, Fire Lord, I would be focusing on mindfulness and on practices that allow me to gradually widen that window of tolerance. I would be working with sitting with discomfort for even just a few seconds longer than I usually do before reaching out for something like support. I would be interested in the practice of naming the things that are arising and returning to an anchor that feels safe and steady. And if your breath is one that might not be that supportive long term, if it gets caught up in panic attacks, as you move through that, find a different anchor. Maybe you want to get some like beads, some mala beads, something that you can feel and touch. Maybe you just want to sit and like feel the pressure, feel the weight of your butt in the chair that you're in. Find some kind of an anchor or an image, right? You can take one of those beautiful images of your kids or of your cat or of your wife or whatever and say, okay, every time I notice this feeling or this thought or this belief arising, I'm going to name it, let it be there. It's okay that it's there. Just, fear. Okay. And then go right back to that physical sensation or go right back to that beautiful image that you have. And then your mind's going to wander back again and you say, okay, fear, return, fear, return. There's gonna be some days where you start to say fear and then you're gone and you're lost in your mind and it sucks. There's gonna be some days though where you say that and you notice as it shifts, you notice as it passes, and you notice what comes next and what comes next and what comes next. And it's so freeing to get into a space where you can trust that your body will survive a huge range of emotional and physical experiences. It's okay to be deeply uncomfortable even. It is. As much as it sucks, and I wouldn't wish it on any of you, you are capable of existing through that, you know? You've made it through all of them, even though, again, they super, super, super fucking sucked. Then keep your mind focused on the things that you want, the things you're moving towards. Carp, you know? That's true. We will love you forever. My partner basically told me I had to be in therapy if the relationship would continue, and therapy has helped us both immensely. That's beautiful, Shady. You want to be her friend, stick around. Yeah, that's too many roles. That's not your job. And then you feel like a pussy because you can't say anything to her. Just such a fucking coward for not standing up to her. It's like she knows how to say anything back to what I'm saying. And intimidated because you feel wrong. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Miley. Sky, the fact that you're getting so rapid fire hit with stuff from her, it's not a surprise that is like overwhelming to your system and you don't know how to respond in the moment. This has nothing to do with cowardice. There is nothing about this that indicates any kind of weakness. You have been pushed to the brink of what a human system is capable of operating under. And honestly, you have been showing up in such a beautiful way, considering all of this that you've had to work with and carry. Without like having a supportive and loving home life, you are doing the thing, Sky. You are showing up in here, being a kind friend and community member. You are doing your work. You are caring for your animals. You are doing internal work. You are doing all the things. And if you were not in this intensely draining situation, you would be thriving, I bet, because Jesus, this is a lot. That's a lot. But none of this is on you. You feeling like you're unable to respond rapidly and like know how to defend yourself in these moments, I would say that that's like not even something you want to do anyway. There is no arguing in what you deserve. This isn't like you deserve better. Trying to find ways to make her feel better. Meanwhile, you are drowning. Of course, your boss asked if you can come in early, so you need to get ready and get all this shit done in the house before you can go. I feel like your days are so terrible now and you're trying so hard. Girl, call your mom, please. Call your mom on the ride to work and tell her the words, I'm done. Be done. Start making a plan. Today, deal with things to the best of your ability. Express the stuff. Try to stand up for yourself in these boundaries. But you will have breaks when she goes to work, right? You'll have moments where you'll be able to think again. Mm-hmm. Oh, are you heading out, Jenny? Bye-bye. Oh. Sky, that hurts my heart too. The idea that your mom is concerned that you wouldn't even be safe, like having privacy in therapy. Oh, I see, Jenny. That explains the quotes then. No, that one's, I think that was on this brain. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Sky. It's like what's coming up for me is it's kind of similar to being in relationship with someone in addiction. Like if they don't think they need help and they can just manage it, and like the alcohol isn't really doing, you know, they're really fine. The alcohol isn't causing mood swings. I'm just tired. I'm just whatever. Like that would not be a sustainable relationship because the addiction would have taken over to a degree that like an outside perspective, an outside source isn't going to correct it. It has to start internally. I know, Sky. And she probably will, Sky, and she probably will. And that's not on you. Her having this belief system and not doing anything to change that potential, that's not on you. Of course they do. If you don't do the work, of course they leave. Because you're unwilling to do the work that is needed to be done to be in a kind relationship with someone. You swamp puddle. Thank you. That's a great name. Hell yeah, that's cool. That's cool, Jenny. And that's why it's not on you, Sky. Like, if anything, I think you're entitled to be really pissed off at the way that you have been misled into believing that this is all on you. That her feelings, her life, her existence. And how do you feel about that, Sky? Do you still feel worried that she's gonna come back upset? So she responded, that was what she said in response to you telling her like that you were concerned she was gonna come home and be angry? Okay. Yes, Penny. In order for me to leave my last relationship, I had to do that, and it super sucked. We were together for 9 years. It was a pain in the ass to figure out the animals and all of the stuff, but it was the best thing that I ever did for myself, and it was also really scary, and I had to start fresh, and I get how much that sucks, and I think as soon as you have even a couple of days where you know that nothing is coming to get you, I think that you will start to say like, whoa, I get to start over. I get to do whatever. This is entirely on me now, and I'm a fucking badass. Then you call the cops, honestly. Like, it sucks. Again, like, I wouldn't do that immediately in most cases, but like if you're concerned, if you tell her like, hey, I can't do this, and she refuses to leave, then you call someone. The guilt makes sense. Of course it makes sense, Sky. You've been made to believe that everything in this relationship is on you. Bahia Ring, is that how I say your name? Hello, welcome. You don't have to just leave like that. I think it's just important to know that that is an option. You can make a plan and do this gradually, whatever makes sense to you. Like, I think it's reasonable to be prepared for all possibilities, like the possibility that she shows up at your job. How would you want to handle that? How would you want to handle it if she responds and cries and says, I'll change, I'll go to therapy? Do you want to do this again? Do you want to be back in the same thing where you maybe get a couple of weeks and then gradually it's all your fault again? Well, honestly, Sky, like, I think our brains are pretty powerful. And she probably knows that the way that she is behaving is not good. And so people in situations that suck typically make up plans and leave. That's still not your fault. Like, her brain figured out, oh, this is probably going to go this direction if I don't stop. And she's not. Yeah, and dude, that's such an important thing to be aware of. She knows it. She knows that a rational person, a rational professional person who is evaluating and discussing your emotional state would say, leave. Exactly. Exactly. I'm glad you're gonna have a second to smoke. I'm glad a tiny plan is starting. I love a tiny plan. What would I say back if she does that again? What do you want to say? Yeah, good. Get out whatever you need to get out. Because honestly, I feel like this is the cycle or the experience that a lot of us have when we finally start like waking up in these relationships. Is like all this time you have felt like the problem, like you're not doing enough, you're not being enough, you haven't helped her enough. And actually, like, this is all bullshit and you deserve better. Like, that's a fucking thing to say to someone. She's gonna tell you to leave me? Why? Why? Why do you think? What behaviors? What do you think she's gonna point at and say this is not okay? Hello, Weeder. Welcome. Yes. I mean, we hope to offer perspective and compassion, kindness. Hella support here. Sky, my brain is like, I think she's starting to get fired up. I think she's starting to get fired up. And then it got me fired up because I'm like, oh yeah, brother. I'm starting like, let's chest bump, dude. Oh, fuck this shit. Cause like, bro, when I reflect on some of the shit, like my partner didn't want me to like go out and experience my life without him either. And he would comment on stuff like that. He would always accuse me of cheating and stuff. And even like stuff that didn't happen while I was with him, he would use as reasons why he has justification to be jealous and insecure and not trust me. So it's actually my fault that he can't trust me, which is why I have to do what he says, right? But actually, the reason he doesn't trust me is his fucking problem because I didn't do anything. I didn't actually do anything. Like, Jesus. And the one time that I did, it was still so minimal. It was still so minimal, and it was so early on in our relationship, and if he was past it, he needed to be past it. You know? Before you ever even met her. That is a her problem. Your wallet was gone. You were out at a few places. Do you retrace your steps? Yeah. I would probably say that's a great place to start. Can you remember when you last used it? Yes. And like ultimately, trust is like, I'm choosing to offer you this or I'm not. I'm not, because a boundary is something that you do. She can't put boundaries on you because she feels nervy that you're going to go out on a bang spree. That's her fucking problem. That is not yours. Yeah. And that's not okay. That's not okay. That part, Fire Lord, a lot of times it's projection. Yeah. And if you owned up to it and you guys had a conversation and decided to stay together, then that is where it ends. She's allowed to still feel nervous, right? She's allowed to still feel nervous, to feel insecure. And you are allowed to say, I understand that, like I feel guilty still, and I'm still gonna go out and do this thing. If you are not able to believe that I fucked up and learned from it, then it's not going anywhere. That's not your fault. How am I supposed to get over it if we can't talk about it? Yeah, there's a very big difference between her saying, like, this is how I'm feeling right now, and it's hard, and I would appreciate, like, some reassurance or something, versus, remember when you did this shit? Yeah. Like, no, that's not necessary. Yeah, I don't care if you bring it up, but don't make it weird. Don't make it humiliating. Is that, by the way, is that something that comes up? Do you ever feel like the butt of her jokes? Yeah, and that's like for what? Someone who's trying to push shame on you? Like, fuck no. There's no reason. Shame is so paralyzing. How does that serve anything? How does that help anything, especially when you have already apologized and not done that anymore? Yeah. Yeah, so you're already standing on business and still, like, there's no winning here. There's no winning. Like, put it into a sentence. What does she expect of you? Based on your understanding of this dynamic in your relationship, what does your partner expect of you? That's terrible. That's just... Ugh. Shady, I mentioned this a bit earlier, but given like the kind of situation that we're facing here, when we see things like abusive relationships, oftentimes like counseling can actually be more harmful. Someone who is really skilled in manipulation can kind of easily convince therapists of certain things, or use that therapy as a space for further abuse. Like, you have a good session where, like, you know, the person starts feeling safer expressing all the feelings, and the person responds in the meeting really well, and then as soon as they get home, women, all the do is talk and complain. Is that a haiku? I don't think it is. I don't think it qualifies. Oh, you've had this account since 2020. That's cute of you. And you just kept enabling it and enabling it. Sky, you deserve better. You deserve better. You are such a fucking cool ass ball of energy. And ooh, my brain just keeps giving me little flashes of like seeing you happy, seeing you like regulated and resourced and independent, seeing you with local community and friends, like fucking around, doing goofy shit with people, living the life that you've been saying you want to live. You fantasize all the time. Okay, so in a sentence, what do you think your girlfriend expects of you? Good for you, Fire Lord. So that's proof right there that you've grown, that there's been some improvement. There's proof that you've widened your window of tolerance. That's awesome. To do everything the way she wants you to. Okay. What how do you feel about that? Do you want that or the fantasy? This vision you have of you living a life out in the world, doing your own thing, not having to, you know, answer back at everything. And you still have that opportunity. Like when I first tried to break up with my partner, he stayed living with me for I think another 2 weeks after that. But because I had it in my head that I was done, it also meant that I was so done with all of his emotional bullshit. All of his lovey-dovey stuff just gave me the ick, and I just had no interest in entertaining his shitty moods. And once I knew I wasn't like responsible for him or and I didn't belong to him, it was so much easier to be like, yeah, I'm not gonna get into that. I'm gonna go. And then just go. Like, it was so much easier to actually walk away and not get activated because I realized it wasn't my responsibility. Like, I could just not engage. You know, let him be big mad, not my problem, you know? Will I ever get back to normal? But there is no normal though, Fire Lord. I think that that's like you would have been changing and different even without trauma. There was never a normal, a consistent, a forever version of you anyway. So, like, it's not a matter of, like, I just have to be okay with that. But yeah, accepting that your life is different from how you anticipated it being, I think that's important because this is the life you have. And there's probably a lot of space in there where things are really beautiful. Well, I think, like, keep in mind, Carp, that that's your brain thinking a thought and then your body responding to that. You know, because that's not the truth. That's not how everyone views you. Yes, you don't have to solve this today. Yes. Agreed, Mac. Agreed. Yeah. Yeah. What do you want your mind to be focused on today? Because, like, you've been activated. There's a lot of energy that's going to come up. Can we offer OCD Sky something to chew on while you're working? Lucky, can you please come and get a grip? Do I still show love? Do I be nice? Do I be nonchalant? That depends on if you're done. That depends on if this has been like clear for you that you want to break up, that you want to start making your plan. Like you kind of have to go from there, I think. Like if you want to be done and you're ready to start this distancing, then it might have to be like a rip off the band-aid, have that convo when you get home and then like make a plan. If there's fear about that going well, then do what you have to do to feel safe. Okay. But like that's important, right? Because consent is like if we're talking to others and we're trying to educate them on what consent is, it's not just like they said yes. We want enthusiastic yes. So if your body is kind of not giving consent to her loving energy towards you, maybe that's a sign that tonight the first step is just asserting a boundary of, I'm actually feeling a little bit overwhelmed. I need a little bit of space to myself. And I just want to make sure that you're aware this has nothing to do with you necessarily. Like, I've realized that I need this, and I'm going to start doing it. I'm going to start maintaining my own boundary for personal space, for time to process on my own. Of course, Fire Lord. I don't know how anyone could anticipate some of the things that we have been through, you know, any of us in here. There's no way to anticipate something like that. Or the ways that our minds will respond and the ways that our bodies will respond. If you haven't taken a deep breath in a while, I highly recommend it. I'm gonna have to go pee-pee in a second. Beautiful fluffer. We gotta get you spayed, baby. We're gonna get you taken care of very soon. She's so cute, man. Yeah, she needs it. She's been going through heat again. No, I haven't gotten her chipped yet because it was expensive. But we are very, very cautious with her around doors. Because she do like to try to go, and I want to get her a little catio. The, like, ass in the air dance. No, she's more like just rubbing up against stuff. She's not, like, full on, like saying, like, gimme. Sure. I didn't know that was a thing. Yeah, Sky, this could be a chance for you to start the process of breaking up with this version of the reality, of saying, like, this is day one. I am going to start paying attention to how I feel, and I will assert boundaries. I will think, what am I feeling? What am I needing? And then as soon as I realize what I am needing, I'm going to speak on it, and like 10 toes down, I will say, this is a boundary I am setting for myself. You are welcome to feel however you are feeling about it. This is a boundary I am setting for myself. This is important for me, for my mental health, for my wellness. Start laying down those boundaries every time they come up. And that part, and like the kind of the downhill part of a, like, sort of the end of a relationship, is really interesting, because as you get really firm in that, like, I'm going to start setting boundaries. I'm going to show up in this relationship the way I would want to show up in a healthy relationship, and let that determine where this goes. If she can't deal, that's her problem. That's more evidence that this is not going to go the way that you deserve. So set every boundary. And like for me, my ex was like, yeah, you just can't take a joke anymore. You're so whatever all the time. And I would express like, no, this isn't a matter of me not being able to take a joke now. This is me realizing that you didn't listen to me all these times when I told you this hurts my feelings, when I expressed so many other times, so I stopped saying it because it was too much work to get into conversation with you about it. But like, it has always bothered me. It has always bothered me, and I never felt safe enough to say it, and I'm saying it now. So yeah, it might feel like it's a lot coming at you, but it's because I have been working so hard to suppress all of my stuff so I don't get into arguments, so that you don't scream at me. We are in the West Valley of Phoenix. The West Valley area, Jenny. The kitty, I know, this poor girl. She just needs like a squeeze hug right now. She needed to be held. Which, like, same, you know? My necklace keeps getting you, huh? When you're getting ready to go home from work today, Sky, can I offer you a fun visual? I don't. I think you're awesome, Carp. And every now and then you tell like a really, really dumb joke that I like love hate, and it makes me like you more even though I hate the joke. Okay. We're getting pumped up, Sky. This is what's happening. I'm showing up at your work and we're jumping around in the parking lot and we're fucking amping ourselves up and we're saying some shit like, are we gonna get the life we deserve? And you're like, yeah! And we just like do that back and forth. And then it's like, okay, you're gonna go home. You're gonna set some boundaries. You're gonna be kind to yourself. This is the life you deserve. And then we just like chest bump and get all like, you know, amped up. And so you go home with this energy in your body of like, I am a badass. I deserve better. I'm not going to be guilted. Her feelings are her own feelings. She might say all kinds of out-of-pocket stuff. Not my problem. You know what I'm doing tonight? I'm gonna go and hang out. I'm gonna read this book, or I'm gonna go watch this fucking show. I'm gonna smoke a bong and play with my dog. I'm gonna do what I want to do tonight because it is my time. Like that. Get out of here, Carp. See, that's what I'm talking about. You fucking goof. You can claim that life for yourself even while you're in this house and in this relationship, Sky. You don't have to be the same version of you in this relationship, in your life, that you were an hour ago. You can be brand fucking new. Brand fucking new. Because you are. None of this is your fault. You're a fucking gangster. You have support. You have a community. You got your mama. You got your pets. You have a very intelligent, creative, and goofy ass mind that will do all kinds of great stuff for you. You got this. Yeah, what kind of journaling do you like to do, Shady? Do you practice gratitude? That's, I think, one of the things I like to recommend the most for journaling is practicing gratitude. Oh man, I missed messages in the YouTube chat. Poo poo. Well, if it helps at all, she's not the bad person. She is your current girlfriend who has been exhibiting some unkind and abusive behaviors. She's not a bad person. You're not a bad person. There are no bad people. There is just a situation that you deserve so much better from. She's not a bad guy. Like, I don't think anyone here, if she were to come and like join the community, we wouldn't be like, get the fuck out. Because we've all been versions of ourselves in the past that we were not a fan of. That we now, looking back on, are like, right? She's not a bad person. But she's not treating you well. You deserve better. You deserve more safety and security. Ooh. That's a cool question, Shady. Okay, I'm gonna let my brain chomp on that really quick while I go pee in a potty, and then I'll come back and I'll share some thoughts on that. Yeah. All right. You're pretty much just on time. You got this. You got this, Sky. What up, TB? I appreciate you being able to share your perspective here, Shady, with everything that Sky's been going through and sharing today. And I'll get back to your journaling thing in a second. Yeah, and that's your mind thinking thoughts, Carp. It's kind of unsurprising that that your mind is thinking unkind thoughts. Like, we know to expect this, and you don't have to believe it. You can offer yourself something else. Love that, Penny. Love that. That language is beautiful. Genuinely, same, Jenny, same. I heard that the balding subreddit is like really loving and encouraging too. I've seen some cute stuff on socials about that. I am so big hungry. Okay, going back to the journaling. So your issue is that every time you try to journal, it ends up being a rumination on your misery, like a log of complaints. Honestly, like, it can be such a look. It can be such a look. 100%. So you've realized that it just turns into like a log of complaints. Doesn't feel good to be reading it. There are a couple of different things that I've learned about that I really enjoy. I really like what is known as scripting, which is kind of fun. This is going almost more into like woo-woo, but it's not. It's beautiful. Where you just write down kind of what you envision for your day. And you do it using like positive action language, not obviously like just, I don't know, I would say being somewhat realistic in a way. Like, you're just expressing like, today I had a good day. Today I was able to stay calm in these things, or I kept focus on this. You could do something like that. Another thing is, instead of just journaling all the stuff that's frustrating, journal out your feelings about what came up. And I think like the rain practice can be a really good journaling exercise, because you can write down R-A-I-N, you know, go like down a page. R, recognize. What am I feeling? What are some of the things that I felt today? Name the emotions, write them down. Okay, accepting or allowing. It's okay that I felt all those things. You write that shit out and really drill that into your brain. Investigate. You tune into your body when you reflect on each of those feelings that you had in response to whatever experiences you went through, and you investigate what comes up in your body. Tightness in throat, belly feels tight, feel like I can't breathe fully, heart feels like it's being squeezed, you know, like if you're talking about like really big anxiety or sadness, like it might be something big like that. Or it might be just agitation, got a little tense, could feel my brow furrowing, whatever. So you write out the way it feels in your body. And you can also, in this investigation stage of RAIN, the I, you can also write down the question, what am I believing right now? Like, when this stuff is coming up, what belief system is currently running? And name it, write it down. Then you get into the nurturing. And this, like, if we're doing it in a meditation, or if we're doing it kind of like standing or like in the middle of our day, like it might be a physical thing where what do I need to nurture myself? That's the N of RAIN. Now that I see what I just went through, remembering that you are a person, a human being just like the rest of us, and you deserve love and care just like all of us do, what would you want to offer yourself, seeing the way that you just went through some shit? Maybe it's just something simple, like I put my hand on my heart and I say like, whew, it's okay. Sometimes for me, nurturing is saying like, this sucks, I'm sorry, like that really sucks, I'm so sorry. And like, just again, having some gentle touch. Sometimes like a genuine little self hug, sometimes it's encouraging words. So you can write out something like that. You can do your best to offer it to yourself physically. So I think that's another thing that you could do, because just writing out all the things that pissed you off, all the things that made you sad, all the things that sucked, yeah, that doesn't sound like a fun story to read, right? Another thing you could do is you could write out things like things I accomplished today, things I feel proud of myself for, things I'm grateful for, things I'm excited about. There's lots of different ways that you can shift your journaling to where you're not necessarily denying that like you had some hard things happen, but you're also remembering that there's more to life. And if you do end up just wanting to vent out all the shit that sucks, then maybe at the end, that's when you shift into, and I'm proud of myself for, and I'm excited about, and I'm feeling this way, and I'm offering myself this, and I'm grateful for. Happy Saturday, TB. Picard can get it. Oreo Bandit, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yeah, I think that's a pretty common theme, Carp. And like, I'm not saying that to diminish, obviously. Like, I feel for you. It sucks to be fixated on something physical about ourselves that feels important like that. Of course, Shady, of course. The rain practice, I think, is one of the best practices, and I would recommend that for absolutely everyone, because I think we don't often have enough habits that route us back into our bodies, and the body lives in the present. The mind lives who the fuck knows where, right? The mind might be in the future, the mind might be in the past, the mind might be partially present, but really all it's doing is saying, if only, I wish, what if. It's not saying like, hey, look at that cool fucking tree. That's a cool fucking tree. But when we start coming back into our bodies and we start allowing these feelings to move through us and really recognizing that that's exactly what they do. And I have information that might blow your mind. I learned that the average life cycle of an emotion is 1.5 minutes. If we aren't trying to push it away, resist it, pretend it's not there. If we are allowing ourselves to feel it, it comes and gets real big and then it just passes. It leaves. Nothing lasts, nothing stays. So I think being able to get back into our bodies is so valuable, because suddenly here you are. And then what tends to happen next when we're embodied is then we actually do start noticing things in our environment that are beautiful or cool or interesting. We start to experience curiosity more. We're not so much like in our fucking brains. Yes. Yes, Shady. Go UTB. Sure, of course, Oreo Bandit. But listen, I only have like half a row left, okay? And I use them for cookie wishes with my daughters, so you can't steal my Oreos. Do you agree? Can I trust you? Oh yeah, that's our new tradition, and it's really cute. The three of us, Alex, Alina, and I, have a cookie tradition every day where we sit down and each of us makes a wish on a cookie, and right now we have Oreos. And then we put our little cookies together and we say, may all our wishes come true. And then we eat our cookies together, and it's been so sweet and so nice. Yeah, so you can't have the cookies. Thank you for agreeing to not steal them. I would be very upset. Water is so good. Oh, by the way, Oreo Bandit, since you're new here, I just want to let you know, whatever it is that you want to share, feel free to like rock out with some text walls. If it's a pretty long message, you'll probably have to break it into paragraphs roughly the size of what TB had shared. I don't know if you were here, like a few lines up. But if you go any higher, the character limit will block you. So if you need to like write it out in a notepad and then copy pasta and just like rapid blast text with like a few whatevers, go ahead. You want to break up, she won't let go. Okay. So what does that mean, she won't let go? Because if you want to break up, you can say, we are broken up, and then you're broken up. And I don't have unrealistic ideas of how I want to be, but it's a lot of work. Is it work that you honestly want to undertake though? Because if it's not work you actually want to do, but you think you need to do it in order to be rid of meekness and self-hate, maybe there's time to revisit that, because I don't think that's the only way out. Like, I still have self-hate thoughts come up. There are still some days where I get caught in it, but it's not like a defining thing. It doesn't mean anything about you, and it doesn't have to be a forever thing either. I need more water for sure. Yeah, and so my wondering is about the never, like, having not tried. Is it something that you want to do? Like, I saw someone talking about how a quote that really, like, helped them, what up, Bossy, was Hank Green saying, like, anybody could have a six-pack. It's not like it's, like, outside of your reach. As long as having a six-pack is one of the top 3 things you're interested in. So, like, yes, of course, you can do all of these things, but, like, is it really that important to you? Or is it just something that you think you need in order to be accepted? Yes, Jenny, yes. Bossy, how you doing today? Thank you all for today, by the way. This has been really nice so far. I'm not going anywhere right now, but I just wanted to express that. I appreciate all of the vulnerability and all of the support and all of the intermittent shenanigans. Why can't you have both? What? What's the both? Both of what, people? Someone who wants a six-pack and someone who doesn't? My hair didn't get as voluminous today, but it's okay. I want to get these highlights changed. I really want them silver. Oh, I see. Oh, thank you, Shady. Thank you. I've actually finally gotten to a space where I feel like I like my hair and I'm not, like, kind of hating on myself for it, because it's not super thick hair, and, like, I think I've like hated on it, thinking like my hair's fine. I want it to be thicker and to have more texture and stuff, because it's normally very straight. In order for me to get my hair to do stuff, like what I've been doing is, when my hair is still slightly damp, I put it in like a bun or a clip, and then it gives it like a little bit of waves. But I then can't really like brush it anymore, or else it just goes back to like super straight. Hey, look at you! Shady, maybe you just need some volume too. It turns out that makes a big fucking difference. Just actually like blow drying my hair and doing a little more of the like layering and stuff. This is my favorite haircut I think I've had. So what are the things you are doing, Bossy, now that you're standing? Yahoo! Ooh, I gotta take my meds! Thank you, Shady. Thank you. Do you do blow dryer? Do you voluminize in any way? Do you have long hair? You have much cleaning to do today, and your brain is very much not wanting to do it. Okay. We were talking about that, how long does it take? That series on TikTok? Have you seen that? Were you here when we were talking about that? Little past shoulder. You try, but it still falls flat. Okay, tell me what you're doing. Maybe there's something that I've learned from fucking the internet in the last week that I can offer. So what, you try blow drying it, and do you do like the upside down blow dry with like a diffuser? Because that's a thing that made a big difference, is that little fucking diffuser attachment. That thing's neat. Wow, going from a pixie to that's gotta feel like such an interesting shift. And do you have layers? Do you have layers? Camshafts, what's up, buddy? Okay. You were told that it would look thicker if it's a blunt cut? You said you have fine hair like mine? Like it's fine and straight? Oh, when is surgery? Probably even finer. You don't know. You can't tell. This is like the best my hair has ever looked, I swear. And especially postpartum and in like perimenopause. This is like strictly from the volume and the layers. Hold on. Hold your butt, Shady. You don't have to hold your butt, but if you want to, you can hold on to your butt while I find this. Oh, is that it? Dang, I know I have. Nope. When was that? Oh, that would have been May. I'm like, man, I get haircuts so infrequently usually. So I gotta go all the way back. Exactly, Dijon! Exactly, that's what always happens in my brain whenever I tell people to hold on to their butts. That is exactly what comes up in my brain. Thank you. Look, I know it's not... I just gotta get to May. Because I think that was when I got it. I got like a birthday haircut. My tummy is talking. Yeah. It was before this. I'm so close. Okay, so this is still like when I was trying to put like some kind of texture in my hair by like putting it back. But like it's usually just super straight, and it always felt so like, I'd say this is still like a good hair day from how it typically looked, right? Like it just was there, and I didn't really feel great about it. So when I went to the stylist and I told them like I want something more going on with my hair. I want there to be like texture. I want to be able to like have like some more like style without a lot of effort. And that was what like each of the stylists I've seen that have gotten it right for me have said, is that I need more layers. And then they recommended like making sure that I actually blow dry my hair and put like teeny bit of product in sometimes. That helps. Basically a grown out bob. You might enjoy some little zhuzhin, a little bit of layering. Yeah, I was gonna say like it's my hair was dark and on like a dark shirt. And if it were really short, it might be more evident. But like it's still, I never really felt that confident aside from the fact that like it was like pretty and shiny, you know? And I didn't feel like I could do anything cool with it. Like if I tried to do like space buns or wear like a ponytail, I feel like it just never looked cute. It just looked like I didn't have hair. And I wanted to look like I had hair. I'm seeing if I have more. Yeah. Yeah, like I feel like it was just so rarely visible too, because like it would always just get, like I'd have it behind my ears and then it would just disappear, you know? Yeah, since my haircut, I feel like ponytails actually look like I have so much hair, But before, I think I would agree. My ponytails are not super thick. Thickening tonic and blow drying though. Thank you for that. Oreo, did you share more about your situation? Because I had asked like what you meant by that. Is that all you needed to hear? Is like, oh yeah, you're right. I can, like, if I say we're broken up, we're broken up. See, that's so funny because when I look at those pictures, I'm like, oh, I can't believe I'm showing people these pictures of me. But that's pretty common, right? That's pretty common. Can I ask pronouns? Because what like I first think is like, oh man, the way that like women are really taught to hate themselves from such a young age. And I know that that's not necessarily unique to us, but I feel like we tend to be picked apart younger and in more areas, and there's more of those little rules of like how we're supposed to do makeup and dress and all these things to make sure that we're okay. Stepping back and processing. Here, if you want to verbalize or type out finger words, anything. Thank you, Shady. All you can do about it is change your own behavior in the relationship. Yes, Penny. How interesting to be feeling that while we were talking with Sky about everything, too. You don't know yourself well enough to clearly communicate your emotional needs. Yes! Yes! I love that, Penny. Get to know this current version of you, and then like any of the stuff that kind of comes up, if you're like, oh, actually, I think we'll leave that behind. Be like, no, that one's not gonna be this version. That's the past one. This new person, this new identity that I'm gonna take on, she can be whoever the fuck she wants to be. Also love the wall, not apologizing. Like the way that came in my brain is like, wall, not apologizing, and I liked it. I liked it a lot. Yeah. Dude, Carp, last night, Alex and I were at this event for Bean's school, right? Or for her, like she got to be a little cutie and do these little performances. And when we got there, we're at this like high school in an auditorium area with like all the parents of all the other kids in Bean's classes and like other classes. And Alex and I are looking around and I was just like, bro, these are our peers. Like, fuck off. What do you even mean? And he looks around and he's like, yeah, they're all like 40 something, huh? And I was like, bro. That's us, bro. That's us. We're grown-ups now. Someone would look at the two of us sitting here and be like, that's an adult. Those are adults. Those are parents. Those are old people. What the fuck? And I was like, I was giddy. It was so goofy to just be like, ha 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 ha, we're all of us. Look at us old asses. What the fuck? It was really fun. I will hopefully probably get to my 10-year-old eyeshadows. What do you mean by that? What does that mean? Yeah, it doesn't make sense to be an adult. It's so goofy. Oh, hey, Myth. Love that. Penny, I love this. I've been suggesting this for everyone. Like, please let this be the year that you become your own bestie. And that means that you are also like listening. You are seeing, what does bestie need right now? What is bestie feeling? Bro, I was 37 when I had my kid, and it was so like, I feel so young for this. Yeah, it's funny. Oh, wow. Are they even still good? I guess it depends on if you've used them and like how they're stored, right? Like a hatchling but tall. Oh, that's great. So do you just need to throw them away then? You snuck in? Yellow. Oh, you got all ready to be warm and then suddenly it got hot. Rest day, games, dog, park, beautiful walk, beautiful new trail, edible sweeping me off my feet right now. Love that for you, queen. Love that for you. Do you know what I did that I felt really proud of myself for in terms of this, like, being our own besties, like letting this be the year of us? Penny Pen Pen and anyone else who cares. Tuesday nights and Thursday nights are supposed to be my nights where Alex is on bean duty. And he does bean stuff. I am supposed to be able to go and like do my own thing if I want to, work, whatever. But I usually don't. I usually end up finding ways to be productive still for like the house for them. Or I'll still be around, so I'll get kind of tapped in and I just let it happen, you know? So like, okay, you need this, let me help you. Oh, the animals need this, okay, let me do that. And I almost never actually take that time. And on Tuesday, I did. And I was so proud of myself. Actually, no, it was Thursday. Tuesday, I went to my sister's house, so I was proud of myself for that. And then Thursday, I actually sat outside and just like smoked and meditated and journaled and thought about my life. And then I went inside and I got distracted a bunch because they were around. And then I went into the bedroom and I like set myself up on the bed with a little table and stuff. And I just stayed in there and I let myself like write and journal and smoke and scroll and do all the things I wanted to do. And I was like, this is wild. This is neat. No, because I'll just keep them in case you use them. But aren't they not good anymore, Jenny? Aren't they not? Didn't we just determine that? Yay, you're so pumped, but you know that's bound to fade. I will help pump you up anytime I can. Cute, Jenny. Yeah, it was very fun. You don't think it expires? I don't know the answer to that, honestly. I imagine that if it's been used before, like there's some potential for like contamination, and I don't know that it would be safe forever, but I don't know. I don't want to fuck with like eye stuff, you know, like that freaks me out a little. Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting. Also, people who don't pee or poo pee sitting down, you are missing out on the chance of a surprise poop. Just being able to relax and be peeing and then be like, oh, word, you know, like that's neat. You're a fork knifer? Love that for you, Doom. I was telling my siblings I want to play it again. Cute. Doom Hammer plays video games. Doom loves Fortnite. You would never play it solo? Why not? It's so funny. As soon as you said I would never play it solo, my brain was just like, I want to play it solo. Sometimes my brain is so fun because sometimes like me and the different like identities that exist in there will talk to each other, and there's one of them that likes to say things in like a very kind of eerie and ominous way, and another one that likes to like point it out every time that it happens. So one will say something kind of creepy and then the other one will be like, that was creepy, good job making it weird, and then it's just fun for everyone. Onwards and upwards. Oreo Bandit, love that for you. I'm sorry that it sounds like it was kind of a difficult break. And yeah, this is your life. You get to decide what to do with it. So where do you go from here? What does an exciting future look like for an Oreo Bandit of your skills? Standing? Experience? Sometimes Beavis comes out. Beer? No, but like think bigger, my friend. Think bigger. I love that you felt feelings before you had beer, by the way. Love that for you. Oh yeah, Dijon, that sounds killer. That sounds great. Just so I can tell people, especially. Although I'm the lizard bro, and I don't know if I'll ever change, because I love the lizard bro and his leather jacket. Yeah, it's dumb. It's the patriarchy once again, Carp, and it's dumb. But yeah, Oreo, like, what kind of life do you want to live? Do you want to be a person who, like, travels, who works in the local community? Do you want to be a person who creates and, like, makes cool art or writing or whatever? Do you want to get involved in, like, mentoring kids or something, you know? Like, what are some of the deep things that you are now going to be able to prioritize now that your life is your own again? Yeah, I would definitely say that to them if they do. That's interesting. Let me be the, like, what is that, the litmus test? You send it and be like, hey, what do you think of the streamer? Fake ass bitch. And then you're like, ah! Okay. Myth, this is for you / everyone. Come on now. No way! Fuck off, Myth! Magic. I believe in magic. I see evidence of it all the time. And though the tricks can probably be explained away by something sensible and ordinary, I'd rather not ruin the fun. Other people can fill their days with mere coincidence. I'll fill mine with, holy crap, that's unbelievable! What a great fucking trail! I ad-libbed that last part for you. You sent it to 6 people yesterday during the discussion? Oh, like what we were talking about yesterday? Enjoy your coffee and your cat suplexing. DMs. Is it a cat? Is it Teddy? Teddy, 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 Teddy. It's Teddy. Oh, Ted, you beautiful baby. Didn't you mention something about that yesterday too? Like an overcompensating? One thing that I know I've heard is trans men expressing the like sadness of isolation and that it's not as easy to make friends as it was when they were being perceived as women. And like that's heartbreaking, you know, to like have lived the sort of glory of sisterhood and then suddenly be like, whoa, I don't just like have that anymore. Because like it is a lot to be a woman, and it's really fucking cool that you get to like have other women that you can, you know, have like a breakdown in a club bathroom and make 10 new besties. The amount of times that I've had that I have like hugged girls who were crying in a bathroom or had someone come and like offer me some kind of love for something, like women. I just love them. Oh. Ugh. Are you smoking again, Schmarby? Is that what you're saying? Is anyone else like actually doing kind of what Penny and I and a few others have been talking about? Are you in a space where you're ready to start treating yourself like your own bestie? And like I understand the language of bestie might feel cringe to you, but I want you to let that cringe roll through you and accept it. And really consider what it might feel like to treat yourself as if you're in a new relationship with yourself and you're still in the honeymoon phase. What would you do? What would you do for yourself? What could you do for yourself? I'm realizing the depth of how much I opt out of doing things for myself because it's for myself. Like I'll go to make myself a snack. I was posting about this on TikTok. Oh, it was on Thursday because I was so proud of myself that I actually took time for myself. So, oh, pain, bossy, pain. To be cringe is to be free. I yelled that yesterday too. Yes. So Thursday, I actually took time to myself and I made myself a yogurt parfait, which I don't usually do because my daughter and my partner love yogurt. And so that's one of the things my brain has been like, well, that's for them, so I don't eat it. And that's like a lot of the food in the house. My daughter likes that. My partner likes it. So I should not have it because I am taking it from them when I do that. That is the way that it has been in my brain. So my brain does not show me fresh fruit like blueberries, strawberries. I've been eating more grapes, and I was proud of myself for that because I treat those as they're my partners. But like fresh fruit is expensive, and a toddler, a 4-year-old, can go through a lot of it. So I would just not eat it. And I actually like sliced up a whole banana, 3 strawberries, a little handful of blueberries. I put some granola in there. I added some like oat nut Cheerios on top of it. I made myself a fucking fatty parfait. And every step of it, yeah, was so interesting because it was like, wow, I almost didn't do almost all of it because it was for me. If anybody else asked me for those things, whether I was standing already, I would be like, oh my God, totally. Let me get that for you. I'm so happy I have this thing that you like that I can provide. I'm going to go make it for you, and I'm going to make it cute. I'm not just going to give you some like slop thrown together. You're going to get something that looks nice also. But for me, I wouldn't do that. I would skip the extra stuff. I wouldn't give myself the extra fruit. I would just do the bare fucking minimum. And not because I don't like myself, but because I realized that I was just valuing everyone else's needs and wants above my own. Love that, Gem. Yes, reconnecting. Oh, I love that, Shady. Treat your body more kindly. Yes, yes, yes. Go, Dijon. You are a wizard. I love me some me. Yes. Yes. Yes, Erica. Yes. Because who cares, right? It don't matter. Yes. Oh, it made me so happy. How do you let go of that anger when it can be so overwhelming? Okay. Ooh, Myth, I'm so excited because, yeah, you're recognizing that this isn't necessarily a matter of him not being as mindful as you are. He experiences the world differently. To him, it's the last granola bar. To you, it's a safe food, and it means you don't get it, right? So it's not he wasn't mindful, it's he didn't know your mind. He didn't know that that was something that was like important for you. Is that if it's one of your safe foods, you would prefer for him to let you know beforehand or not eat the last one. That if there's one left and it's one of the things that is important for you, he should probably pick a different thing, right? So like the anger coming up, how do you want to work with that? Ah, so I can communicate. Yes. Yeah, because he didn't do anything wrong, right? It's okay. And it's okay that it was really upsetting to you. That's okay. So, hey, this was really upsetting for me. And I realized that you don't know that. I realized that you don't know that because of how I grew up, I really need to know that I'm going to have these safe foods available when I want them. So can you please? And if this ever happens and you see me really upset, it's okay. Like, I'll work through my feelings, you know, we'll figure it out. Yes. Go you, Erica. Fuck yeah. Wow, I'm so happy for you. Clap. You can just advocate for yourself kindly, compassionately, and you can feel your feelings. It's okay that you were upset. Let it rock on through. And then go have that conversation. Because I bet that by the time you allow that anger to move through, this conversation will be so, like, almost silly in your mind, you know? Not that the experience or, like, the need is, but just the ease of it, that it'll be like, hey, earlier I got really upset because, and then I realized, and so I'm asking, would you mind? Please. Yes, it's happening, Erica. Yeah, I pictured you right away. I pictured it right away being like so light for you. I'm so glad that is like, oh yeah, because you're in this nice healthy relationship now. You can communicate. You can talk. And even if he doesn't get it right and you start feeling yourself activated because maybe something that you say still activated some defensiveness in him because of how he was raised. Okay, so this one, he got agitated. I'm going to step back. I'm going to go regulate. And then I'll come back and ask him, what was that about? What are you feeling? What are you needing in that moment? How can we address this together now that we're both calmer? Know what I mean? Thrilling. This is why I think Marshall Rosenberg of Nonviolent Communication, when you see him in videos, this is why I think he just always looked so fucking relaxed, because there was not a conversation that he was not prepared to like roll with by just staying attuned to what he was feeling and needing and asking questions about what they were feeling and needing. Like it's so straightforward, even if it sucks, even if it's uncomfortable, even if sometimes it's painful, even if sometimes you're not like the best communicator, or sometimes they react, whatever. Like Alex and I were having a disagreement the other night, and I don't even think it was intended to be a disagreement. Like I was trying to express feelings, he was feeling feelings, and he wound up getting really defensive. And I think in the past, I would have been really agitated by his defensiveness, but instead it was like a really cool reminder of like something got activated here. So what am I feeling and needing? What is he probably feeling and needing? And then just kind of slowed everything down. Like, okay, so clearly like something there got you and like activated some defensiveness. So we're going to let that pass and then we'll come back to this. And so we did. And it was so great. And it's so fun. Every time that we lately have had like a disagreement or an argument or had big feelings about something, the way that we are able to stay with it, even if it needs breaks, but we're able to stay with it and then address it. And then at the end, we're like so happy to be through it. Like it brings us closer every time. Aw, Sky, I love you so much. Make sure to treat yourself. Yes. I love where you work, though. At least that's one thing you don't have to spend money on, right? Oreo, I'm glad that you felt safe coming in here and sharing. Dijon, are you still here? Are you doing a work lurk? Or just in general lurk? Oh my gosh. Hey, do you like warm weather, Erica? Did I go get myself water yet? Yes, and I was just gonna ask you, how did you get to a point where you kind of are already living in this space of being kind to yourself? Like cooking meals for yourself, getting a massage, buying yourself little gifts, like being a little sweetie pie. Do not start with me. The way that would be so fun. I would freak out. I'm gonna go get water. I'll be right back. Oh, okay. How are we feeling about it, Bossy? How are we feeling? No jock. Penny! Do it! Do it, girl strip! I'll be right back. You guys got me all excited. Bro, listen. I know a spot in Phoenix where we could even go and like have a little yoga meditation vibe together. Cause my friend has a yoga studio. Oh my goodness. I would love that. Oh no, that's amazing. I would drive her to Phoenix. We need our van to be fixed because I do get a little nervy about some of the drives, but like I think we can make that work. Hell yeah. Thank you for sending me the links. Listen, I just have to tell you that you are all an example of the universe working in mysterious ways and fun ways, by the way, because one of my goals for this year is to be around more women. That's like, it's so important. I'm trying to organize like girls' nights as a regular, like maybe once a month, every couple of weeks kind of thing. But like, I want this to be a year of women, of just sisterhood. And like, not that I would reject like more friends or like, yeah, more guy friends, more time with the dudes. I just need more women friends, more women around me, presence. Bro, Sky, if you're listening, come on too, man. Maybe New Sky travels? Question mark, question mark? Thank you. I appreciate that, Jenny. I'm all about women too. No, you are. That's funny, Jen. Oh, can I burden you two? Oh, Bossy! Wow, that's so great that your bestie pointed that out to you, though. And also, Bossy, I know that you are capable of imagining this going differently for you, of visualizing yourself surrendering into the love of the people around you and allowing them to care for you. And just all the stuff that comes up inwardly, just let it come up, let it talk its talk, and let it pass while you are there being cared for during a time that you need and deserve it. What would it take? Like, what is standing in the way of you imagining yourself just saying, fuck it? Along with this surgery, another thing I'm letting go of is this idea that I am undeserving of support and help and assistance. Let it go. Let it be free. Medium friends. That's interesting. A lot of solitude. I love the language you're using, at least in terms of like, I'm glad that you have some comfort in your space to yourself. Is there a reason why you don't really have a lot of close friends? Like, do you prefer it that way? Is it, are you finding it to be difficult to create more like intimate and kind of deep relationships? Ooh, yes, Erica. Oh, you're gonna have her. She gonna show up. You already manifested a bestie once. You got this job. You're a fucking pastor now. Silly. That language is fun. You're a fucking pastor now. You're a goddamn pastor. Yesterday when I was at Bean's school, and I was picking her up. She was out in the back on the playground with other kids. And this one little boy is so funny, and he always comes up and like just tells me random stuff. And he came up and he was like, I'm going to the performance too. All my friends will be there. And I was like, that's awesome. Heck yeah. And I start turning to walk away, and he just like grins and he's like, heck yeah. Heck yeah. And he's like on a bike and he just pedals away saying, heck yeah. And I was like, whoops. I don't know if that's like, is heck okay? Like, whoops. I felt real silly on that one. Yes, but it's not like you being unkind to yourself, because that's still the self being blamed, right? That's still like you being blamed when it's just something that happens, right? It's just something that happens. It's okay. You still have a lot of walls up. How many are you willing to let fall by taking advantage of this massive psychological event as an opportunity to release? Because like for me, getting to this point where I'm like, I might have cancer as a result of those doctor visits, that was all I needed to give myself permission to start releasing things. And I think like if you have a big moment like this, maybe just group all that shit together and be like, guess what, brain? The surgery is actually just like cutting all these walls down. That's what it's doing. The surgery is going to allow me to just chop away all the stuff that doesn't serve me, that doesn't fit, that doesn't align. I get to come out of this a new me. Yeah, same with Alina. Same with Alina. That's why I was like, oh, I don't know. The way he like grabbed it so quick. I'm like, uh-oh. Heck might not be something that they want me saying. And I'm like honestly proud of myself, because I do genuinely kind of have difficulty self-censoring, because I think like language is cool and most people don't care. But like I'm decent with other kids, just language is so silly. Alina still drops some really funny damn it's, and it's so good. I love that, Bossy. Because I'm like, oh, I gotta just say it, man. I gotta let this settle in. Especially, I love it when I know the person I'm talking to, and I know the work that you're putting in, and I know enough about like how you view and perceive the world that I'm like, oh, okay, a big one's coming. And I know you got this, so here we go. So, you know, what if you were just brand new? I mean, you already are in every second anyway. But you know, January 23rd, brand new. Brand new boss. Oh, I love this space so much. I'm so happy to be streaming more again, kids. I'm so happy. It's been so fun. I feel like this is like it resonates more for me right now, Bossy, because of like what has been like really hitting for me. And like I am just so excited to get out of my own way instead of like telling myself I need to get out of my own way. I feel so excited to just be doing it. And I feel excited to be in like connection with all of you and with this work, because I know this is what I want to do, and I have known, and I have managed to convince myself that I didn't know because I was thinking too hard about other people. I see, Dijon. Would you like to have more like intimate relationships? Yay, Bossy! Bro, just my brain just gave me a visual of you writing out a journal entry of things being removed on January 23rd. Things we're leaving behind. Like just all those things, and things that we are gaining January 24th. This is what I have. This is what January 24th I wake up with. Yes. Yes, I am realizing now that I've been in the intellectual side of things more than I need to be, that I haven't been just feeling and doing, you know. I've been thinking about how I need to. I've been thinking about what's going wrong instead of, and this is like, it's so funny because I think a lot of the like videos, I was talking about this earlier in the week too, a lot of the videos on like manifestation and like, you know, like witchcraft even, sometimes I feel like they go too far into the woo-woo because they don't acknowledge multiple realities, you know? So like for example, Alex and I were watching this video that like the points were hitting because I do believe that stuff in a deeper way because like my ultimate belief is non-duality, right? So it's not that I disagree with her conclusion, but I disagree with the work she did to get there. Like, you know, like we got there in different ways and she's telling people this is the way, you know? But what I do appreciate is having had a reminder, and what I do appreciate is having had another reminder that our brains respond to positive action language, and that visualizing things as if we already have it puts us into a state of being that actually allows us to feel capable of having that, you know? So like we've been really struggling financially for a fucking long time because we just keep getting like hit with shit, right? And so that has impacted the way that we think and interact with money. But ultimately, I know that there is money out there. I know that when I stream, I make money. I might not make a ton of it, but I know that when I stream, I make money. I know that when I create things, I make money. Again, I might not make a ton of it, but I know that it's there. And I've been in proximity to wealth so many times that it has really driven in the idea that there is money to be found even during the worst circumstances. If you know what you're doing, if you like have that vision, if you're enthusiastic and connected to the work that you're doing, you trust your gut and the path, and if you are living from a space of like, I already have it, you're allowing your nervous system to feel a little safer, to feel more comfortable and trusting, like it seems to really bring that shit up. And it's happened in so many very, very trippy ways, which is part of the reason I like those kind of woo-woo videos. But it's also happened because I understand like the psychological components, the kind of mechanisms happening behind the scenes that allow me to do these things, you know? So it's such a... But anyway, that's been hitting for me. And so lately I've been living in the space of like, life is abundant. I always figure it out. I am safe. There is money. I didn't know if it was a dog or a cat. There is money everywhere, and that shit flows to me freely when I am aligned. If I'm out there like, I need it, If I believe that it is coming, that I am going to do the work to get it, then yeah, there it is. There it is. So I'm trusting, because that's what my brain was also showing me and what I was feeling in my body when I finally like reconnected to like, the fuck am I doing? I just want to stream. I want to stream. I want to create. I want to write. I want to create resources. I want to be able to support people. The reason that I want to live a life that involves excess money is because I want to use that excess money to do beautiful things. I want, you know, quality education. I wrote it in my journal. I shared it yesterday. Like, I want quality education for my daughter and for us. I want to be able to just like go to my daughter's teacher and be like, I see you're paying a lot of this shit out of pocket. Here's a fucking $1,000, you know? I want to be able to help organize mutual aid groups or create a community fridge and feel safe knowing that I have enough money to back myself up against any potential local government intervention for stuff, you know, like all of that stuff. I know what I want that money for, and yet I still have been living in this space of don't desire money because it's bad, and also I'm broke, and when am I going to get out of this? And now I'm just like, no, eyes on the prize. This is what I want. I want to be a support. I want to create, and it feels right. It feels aligned. It feels wholesome. It feels healthy. It feels reasonable. I have seen so many of my friends become multi-millionaires on this platform for all kinds of goofy shit. It's not beyond me. It's possible. And instead of me putting all my fucking effort into some other job, why don't I actually try this again? Why? And that's where I'm at now. I'm doing it because this feels right. And I have been dancing around it for too long. And I think part of it was also like fear of failure, that I might actually like go full send with streaming and content creation again, only to find out that no one cares, you know, which is still a possibility. And if that happens, then I would just figure out whatever the next move is. Like, this would be leading me to it. But I think I've been hesitant to really like go full send because at one point I was a successful content creator. And what if I don't do it again? Well, everyone's gonna be judging me. I'm gonna look so silly. I'll be so embarrassed. Nah, I do not consent to that embarrassment. If I try it and it fails, then it just wasn't the right thing. But I know that it's the right thing right now. So I'm gonna trust that the right thing right now will lead me to whatever the next right thing is. Yes, yes, exactly, bossy. In our house right now, we're really fortunate because this space would be good for hosting. I want to be more intentional about setting it up for that purpose, you know, because I think it would be so cool. And I haven't really been doing it because all of that stresses me out because I'm like, blah, 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 blah about all the stuff, right? Thank you, Shady. Plus the market has changed. And that was part of what kind of was discouraging is I was like, I don't want to do sponsorships ever again. It's a hard thing to be a content creator without sponsorships. It's not impossible, but it's a harder thing, right? The algorithms favor white supremacy and patriarchy. That's a little rough given that I don't fuck with that, you know? I'm already shadow banned on Twitter. That was one of my largest platforms for a long time. I had almost 30,000 people on there. That used to send me so many people. I don't want to be on Twitter anymore. I posted on there that I'm streaming more so that people are aware, but I don't intend to put out alerts. I don't intend to interact there. That site is run by Nazis. Most of them are. We gotta pick and choose, apparently. But, you know, there were a lot of reasons why I was like, I don't think I can do this. I don't think I want to do this. What if I fail? What if? And I was still trying to model myself over based on what I had seen. And that has never served me well. Because in most of the things that I have succeeded in, what I did had not been done yet. You know? Like, even with my streaming career, the way that I got started was because I finally stopped doing what everyone told me I was supposed to do. When I realized that I don't want to have to do my stream the way everyone says other people do or the way other women do, and I didn't want that. I don't want to have to be like, I'm an expert on this topic, come and have questions. I don't want to be whatever. Like, everyone was trying to tell me how to stream, and when I stopped doing it the way they said, my stream grew. And it's so nice. And so I'm in that space again of like trusting. And so any of you who want to come along for the ride, come on. Like, let's drop some shit. Let's release some things. We can just decide at any point to be new. And yes, old patterns will surface. So what? Let them come talk their talk. If you feel solid in your vision, in your values, you can let them talk their talk and let them pass. Thank you, Pies. I really like it. I like feeling safe to do things like in the way they feel most appropriate, you know? Because sometimes I do want to play video games and not have to pay attention to every single message in chat. And that's okay. And that was stressing me out too. Because I was starting to feel like my job was to make sure I was accessible to everyone all the time. And if I'm streaming, that means I have to be ready to hold space. But sometimes I just want to stream and be a fucking idiot. But if the title says ask for advice about anything, talk about your mental health, or just come chill, it means that's the space I'm in. If the stream title says shenanigans and tomfoolery, then that's the space I'm in. You can still ask questions. The answers may not make as much sense, but I get there. I get there. Casatino. Literally, the thing made me accept this. Automod was like, I don't know, man. I don't think we should let this in. But I wanted you all to have this experience too. Thank you, Jem. Thank you. Oh, I love that. Thank you, Erica. Dude, you know what feels so good about this too is that those messages like feel good in my heart, but they're not validating. I didn't feel any part of me that was like, thank you, pat, pat, pat. And that would have been like, before I would have been like, oh, good, you're confirming what I say? Oh, good, then I guess I might actually be right. I might be onto something. But instead, this time I was like, yes. BDO just subscribed. Is that on my YouTube? I gotta figure out those alerts apparently. Big Daddy! Thank you. 106, hello, happy today. So, Casatino, what does that mean? Am I saying a swear? I hope not. You've had this account for 2 days. 2 days. Gem, I will blast it at you. I will blast it. You saw it on Autobahn. Blast it at you. How did it go? Oh my god, I almost forgot. I was like, wait, we were talking about something that's coming up in my brain. Thank you for bringing that up. How was that? Okay, Gem, this is for you / everyone else. I want you to know that you are perfectly capable of reinventing yourself at any given time. You have tuned into yourself enough over time to learn what feels right and what doesn't. You have at least a slight inkling of what a genuine gut feeling is versus anxiety doing little rumblies in your tummy, okay? You know what you need better than you think. You know the type of life you want to live, even if it's still just a kind of general picture right now, okay? You know this. You know that you deserve to be your own bestie because in this sense of connection and care, you are not so special that you're undeserving of being your own bestie. You beautiful, wonderful blade of grass. We are all part of the whole. We are all part of this incredible, incredible system. And every time that you care for yourself, you are caring for this beautiful web of life. You caring for yourself is caring for me. You caring for yourself is caring for the kids in your neighborhood and for the trees that you walk by that you actually remember to look up and smile at because you're feeling better. You caring for yourself is caring for the universe, for Mother Earth, for all of it. And you deserve it, and you're gonna start doing it because you are a steward of this land and you understand that responsibility. And so I'm gonna blast you with a lot of love and energy and noises. And your job is to just feel it and imagine yourself showing up in your life the way you know you want to and deserve to. And imagine the type of life that you know you want to live, whether it's traveling or learning or writing or reading or saving animals or joining community organizations or climbing the fucking corporate ladder if that's super important to you. Whatever it is, that's what you're doing. You are visualizing that future for yourself. I'm pointing at you with this face because people sometimes respond to this, but just know all of it is love. Okay? Love you so much, Erica! Blasting all of you with this energy. You can live the life that you deserve. All of you. Imagine it. Claim it. May you all live lives you love. These are my Nana bells. I'm gonna give you all my Nana bells. This one was my grandmother's. She was a super fucking cool lady. It's the prettiest one, but I don't love the sound as much as the others. Oh, but I gotta get it. There we go. Okay. Second Nana bell. I want you to know that in my mind, I'm just genuinely putting so much intention into this. That this is you loving yourself. This is you living a life where you are prioritized. Not because you're self-important, but because you see the part you play in all of this. This one's so tinkly. You have this bell? Cool! And then this. This one is my favorite. Like, look at her. She's gorgeous. First of all, looks like an incredible little chandelier. And I love her sound. I love that, Penny. I love that. Blessings on all of your visions and on all of your butts. There's an ice cream truck. Oh boy, do I wish I wasn't lactose intolerant. And I'm already planning on eating some pasta that I think will have milk or heavy cream in it. I'm gonna give you one more of these. Okay, so here's what you kids are gonna do. Here's what you kids are gonna do. You're gonna write out. Bless your butter, time to squat. Write out, what does your ideal life look like? But I want you to write it present tense. So this ideal life, I am a blank, I do blank, I feel blank. Just anything that comes up. If you envision yourself, you just transported yourself into the future where you're living this beautiful life, you're showing up in it as the way that you know you want to. Tell me about that version. No way! Fuck off, myth! Happy today is something that you say because of me, and your partner said it was the best opening line he's ever seen. Happy today was your way of sliding into his DMs? I love that. Maybe I need to make a happy today sticker. It's funny because like I feel like until you hear it, when you just read it, it doesn't click in our brains as like they're saying like, oh, happy today. It's like, I'm happy today, I think is how it reads. So how was the Tonkatsu 106? How was your experience, or what was your experience like being in this room filled with teenage girls after we were reading that book about teenage girls? All right, I'm adding it to the sticker list right now. Where did that sticker list go? Oh, I think it's in this book. It was so interesting. Did you notice any stuff come up that you were like, oh, there's some internalized misogyny? Or were you just like sitting there in awe of like, wow, wow. You are time traveling right now, Bossy. You're going to future Bossy, who is living their best life. They're doing the things they want to do. They have all the things, right? What does their life look like? Like, if you wake up, what are you doing? I am going to my job at blank. I am doing these things. I feel this often. I have these behaviors. Like, what does future Bossy's existence look like? But phrase it as if you're living it right now. Did you get to talk to them about it? Hi, Base Boy. I don't know if I said hi to you. Bro, you know it would be a great sticker? The DTC sticker. With like text down to clown. Like if I finished it so it wasn't cut off and it had like the full clown hair. Yes, I'm working on it. It's a big part of my list right now, is to make sure DTC down to clown when you're ready to get fucking froggy with it, you know? Today's gonna be a creative day. I'm excited now. I got the wigglies. Dude, yesterday... Oh, a window sticker is fun. Yesterday... Oh, ooh, I want to tell you about this idea. Should I tell you about this idea? Should I tell you about this idea? Okay, hold on. I'm going to tell you this other thing first. So yesterday, when I was waiting for Bean's performance to start, and we were sitting inside of the like auditorium area, I noticed my leg was tapping. And I was like, oh, I don't really do this anymore. And like, especially with anxiety, if I notice it tapping and I'm like, oh, I'm anxious, then right away I'm like in self-regulation mode, and then the tapping stops. I almost never am like fidgety in the ways that I used to be. But yesterday I had like zoomy energy in my body and I could not sit still. And I was like, wow, this is so nice to actually just feel this. Like, I am bouncing. I am fucking like, I'm electric with energy. And then cute things were happening on the stage, and like Chach was sitting next to me here and Alex was sitting next to me here, and I was like, ah! You know, just like grabbing onto them, like claw arming them, like, this is so cute. I told everyone we're gonna start a fight club in the parking lot after because I had so much energy because it was so cute. Okay. Do I tell you the thing? Do I tell you the thing? Fucking ice cream truck. I wish. Come back another day. That is interesting. I do. And I've been like, okay, some of the things I want to share and some of the things I don't. But I think this actually probably would be good to share because then it gives you time to work on it. Okay. So I mentioned that we're going to start doing community events again, right? So next month, we're going to do an open mic night and an art showcase night. And then I mentioned that I wanted to do something that I was initially entitling Learning Show and Tell. Because I think all of us consume and absorb such fascinating knowledge in such a wide variety of areas. Some of it from like your employment, some of it from passions you had as a kid, some of it from internet rabbit holes. Don't really care where it comes from, especially if you do the due diligence of backing up whatever it is so that I make sure that no one's on here like, oh my God, I just learned that Tylenol will actually give you the tism, you know? Like, obviously, that's not going to be a thing, and there will be some pre-vetting, but... And years ago, I had this idea. I wanted to do basically this exact thing, Learning Show and Tell, but I wanted to do it in person. I wanted to do it and have it just be called Nerd Out Days. And what I was envisioning as I started the process of trying to envision how this would work was that Nerd Out Days would have a Nerd Out Day where people give talks on stuff that they are interested in. And again, you don't have to be an expert in anything. You don't have to be anything. You don't have to be a professional speaker. You can be very awkward and uncomfortable, right? It's a chance for us to practice also showing up in the world in different ways. So what I was envisioning is that these talks would be almost like TED Talk style, but just like way less pressure, goofy. Nerd Out Day talks. And so it was Nod Talks. That's the way I envisioned this becoming a fun little thing for us to do. And so when I was realizing all this like hilarious full circle energy, when I was like, I want to do a learning show and tell, and I went back through, this is my work notebook, by the way. I went back through my old notebook and went through all these ideas, and I was like, oh, I had this idea before, and it was bigger, and I was really excited about it. And then I don't know what happened, where I got lost, but I didn't do it. And so instead of it being Learning Show and Tell, we're going to start doing that. That's going to be a regular thing. It's going to be Nod Talks. And you are going to get to sign up to give a Nod Talk on whatever the fuck you want. It can be about Legos. And yes, you are gonna make a presentation of some kind. And ideally it's factual. You can also do it on something spiritual and like woo-woo, as long as we make it clear as we're going into it, right? So like for easy disclaimers for having conversations with people, someone knows if you are an expert in this, or if this is from your experience, or if this is something like you don't have to believe this is just what I believe kind of thing. Open to all of it. You will have the opportunity to either do your presentation live on my stream or record it on a YouTube video and give that, okay? So whoever signs up, you get 10 minutes, I think would be what we'd be shooting for. I want to look at like the TED formats again and kind of see, because I feel like 10 minutes is pretty good, but I know for some things it would be really fun to do like a full 20 minutes and just like make sure we're doing this often enough that we're just gradually giving people opportunities to speak, because we all have so much to offer each other. And part of what also got me excited about it is I'm going to have one of my friends come on here soon, and she's going to be doing a financial kind of workshop, like financial literacy. She's going to help teach about budgeting, like how to read W-2s, how to get a mortgage, like all these different topics that she typically teaches within the community, our local community. Like she teaches at retirement communities, she teaches kids, like she teaches it in Spanish for people who don't speak English, like so many ways that she approaches this. So she's gonna come and share a bunch, and then obviously we'll have space for questions. So for these Nod Talks, that would be the same kind of idea, except like she's gonna be here in my room. And for these, like you either do it live or you send a video, and then after it's done, you do Q&A. And like 5 minutes even, it doesn't have to be super long, but that's where you open up for like questions and responses. And I actually shouldn't even say Q&A, because it's questions and responses, not question and answer, because sometimes it's not going to be an answer, it's going to be a perspective, but there's going to be a response. The response might be, I have to look into that, but I know where to look, so I'll look into it and get back to you. But I want us to share. I want us to share. Ooh, okay. I love that. My friend is definitely neurodivergent, so maybe she'll already have that covered. This gels so well with my whole year of me thing, because I'm gonna be learning hella stuff. And like in such a fun, informal way, right? What up, a duck on quack? Because like you can do it as goofy as you want. You don't have to be super serious. You don't have to be good at it. Like it can be pure nonsense, honestly. Like we can have so much fun with it. But I think that there are a lot of people in here who have some really deep knowledge on really random, interesting things. And ooh, I would love for you to have the space to just mouth words all of your information at people. So if you think you are going to want to do this, start thinking right now about what you would want to present and start thinking through how you would present it, because we are going to need a presentation to go along with it. You don't have to have like big text heavy slides. Anyone who has had experience with presenting, it's usually better to have like a little bit of imagery and then limited words, but they can be a really good resource for people to comprehend what it is you're saying with your mouth words. So that's the thing we're gonna do. And if by some chance Nod Talks becomes a thing and it's like, wow, this is really fun, a lot of people are finding this community and thinking this is such a neat thing, then I will grow that shit as much as I can, because I know how to do it. I have done event planning. I have done so many different... This is one of the things that like cracks me up, dude. When I first started streaming, I remember like my first week of streaming and just being like, bro, I am just made for this. And not in like an egoic sense, like my sense of self and my skills and capacities that have developed over the years happen to be very good in this space. I'm comfortable communicating. I can read really fast. I'm pretty good with fucking computers and stuff. I worked in sales, marketing, and distribution for a really long time, so I know a lot about that. I have a wide range of like personal experiences that makes it easy for me to connect with just about anyone. And I remember sitting and being like, damn, I found my space, dude. Like, I'm gonna be good at this. And I got so excited about it. And that energy like just came back to me in this recent like shedding experience of like, oh, I actually have everything I need. Oh, and this time around, I know more about learning. I know more about how my specific brain learns best. I know ways to actually like motivate and move myself in ways that I haven't before. Like everything that I started streaming with 10 years ago has improved so much, and it's so cool. So I was like, oh my God, Nod Talks is a cool idea. This will be so fun. And I really believe that in this new world we are existing in, community is the thing I want to lean into the most. I want everyone to have access to community, and ideally in person, local community. I want us to be better at being able to connect in that way. Yes. And a whole YouTube channel and like custom branding, because it doesn't have anything to do with me. And that's something that I'm also delighted by, because a Nod Talks as an idea doesn't need Snaps, doesn't need Jessica. It's just setting up a system and then getting to enjoy it, getting to help grow it. That's fun. That's fun, because I, like, as much as I appreciate the fact that my experiences allow me perspectives that I can share and like use to connect with others, sometimes it's really fun to not have to think about myself, you know? Sometimes it's really cool to not have to tell stories about myself. Sometimes I just want to absorb, I just want to listen, I just want to experience. And I could do this as an in-person thing. We could do Nod Talks as a tour. Like, that is not something outside of the realm of possibility. You know, if we start doing this and other people also enjoy this experience, they enjoy watching those talks and seeing the excitement and the joy and the passion shine through all of you, if we start to grow it into something, then it would be so easy to start planning out places where we would feel safe traveling in order to go and do these in person. And I know enough people who know like AV stuff, and I know myself and other people who do event planning. Like, I know all of I'm rich in resources and network, that's for fucking sure. Like, it would be not easy necessarily, but it would be very doable to like create that as an actual thing that we get to go and be in person and experience together. What have you been doing so far, First Order? Oh yeah, 106. What else came up during your time with the teens? Easy once it's in momentum. Exactly. And like, I think it would be very easy in terms of like getting people involved. And I love any opportunity to give people like jobs or opportunities to really contribute to something. I think we all have sort of an innate desire to contribute. Exactly, bossy. Exactly, because it doesn't matter if you have like these fancy credentials or if you have a big social platform. You don't have to have a fucking social media account anywhere. Don't care. Come up and tell us some stuff, and we will all remember that we have to think critically about what has been shared and, you know, go play with it ourselves. But we get insight into so many different fun areas. That would be so cool. So cool. And whenever I think about planning like an in-person thing, like when I've thought about doing in-person meditation workshops and stuff, because I know a lot of us have like a really cool bond, I wouldn't want to just be like, come for the workshop, peace out. Like, I would want to plan a fucking thing, make an event out of it. Like, okay, so we've got the workshop and then we've got this thing planned out for like food, and we have this day to just like kind of chill around each other and see how that goes. And maybe while you're here, here's some resources I can introduce you to. Like, I would love to be able to do that. I would love to be able to make our own little just like adventure time together, you know? My brain almost said convention, but like, I don't want that. I don't want that. Just community experiences, you know? It's very exciting. And the more people get involved, the more opportunities I would also have to practice working with people without hierarchy. And I really love that. Because if like in order to do big scale Nod Talks, it would need a team. There would need to be multiple people working on this same end goal and like evaluating the content that people are putting out or sharing or whatever, you know, like there's going to be a lot of people that would need to be involved, or at least a small group. And in that case, like, I don't want to unintentionally end up in a role of being a team leader. I want to collaborate. I want to connect and organize and do things with other people. Aww. 106, please do that. Especially to have like the influence that you have being a man, being like an adult man in their presence and being safe being supportive, being like encouraging of their self-kindness and introspection and, you know, equality and all of that. Like, oh my gosh, the way that I feel that would impact their lives long term. Because like if I growing up had like girlfriends who, when I go to their house, their dads aren't making weird comments almost hitting on me, but instead saying like, no way, you deserve better than that. Like, what a fucking life that would have been. But instead, most of the men that I interacted with that were like outside of the family and sometimes just loosely connected, like my former brother-in-law, fucking creeper, dude. Like, most of them were unpleasant experiences. Most of them were like, okay, this is just how dudes are. You get to show them that that's not how dudes are, that that's not a guy thing, that that's a that guy thing, and you stay the fuck away from that guy, you know? Or like, girls, don't let that get into your brains. That's a fucking marketing company trying to make you hate yourself. You're all actually fucking perfect. Decenter men. Get involved in communities. Stay with your girlfriends. Like, you could do... Yes! Yes, and it sounds like he's got that part on lock. Making fucking, what, 28? Was it tonkatsus? Yes, like, genuinely, I cannot imagine what it would be like. Actually, loosely, vaguely, one of my girlfriends did have a very cool dad. He was really kind. But we didn't get to talk like that. I was just relieved that he was so chill whenever I was around. Like, this friend, I actually have told her even as an adult, like, I'm so grateful I knew your parents because they showed me something I had not seen. Like, and another one of my friends too, her parents were just fucking hilarious. And the way their family was so different from the very like stuffy kinds of families that family dynamics I had experienced outside of them. It was so fun. Like, they all just roasted each other. They were so laid back. Sometimes they'd call their parents by their first names. I remember one time being downstairs and with my friend, we were playing probably Star Fox or something. And all of a sudden we hear, hey! And then a thud and like the house fucking shakes. And her dad, who was this like kind of petite Jewish man who was like bald here and had like a very curly grayish fro, and like, oh my god, they all just like roasted him and they back and forth. But he was also like a black belt in something, I don't remember what. But his son, who was probably like 17 or 18 and like a really big dude, his son was messing around with him, and so he was just like, hi, just fucking judo flipped him. And we all run upstairs and he's holding his arm and just standing over him like this, smiling. And he's just like kind of shook. But like they tore out his closet, the son's closet, and built in this custom iguana cage for his iguana. So instead of having a closet, this big glass wall thing. It was so gnarly. And they were so chill. They joked about their sex life in front of their kids, which I thought at the time was hilarious. And my friends obviously did not appreciate that, but they didn't make it weird. It was never weird. Like, I can't even handle how much I loved this family. Parents do not have sex. Ooh, I am so sorry to have to inform all of you that people banged to make you exist. And it might have been kinky. Might have been kinky banging. Ooh, that's really amazing. Is it Junam? I'm trying to remember how to pronounce. That's so cool. Mall, storefront, workshops, meditation, art, and ASL classes. I would love to do an ASL class. I was just talking to my partner about that. Thanks for an image I didn't want. Alexa, play Clarence Carter, Strokin'. Okay, Google, play Clarence Carter, Strokin'. Oh, hey, Kimmy. Oh, tell me I got some of you, please. Me verbally, yes. Yes. Looking back now, you think it was sad for them? Yeah, that is kind of a bummer because sex can be neat. But maybe they were cool with it. Maybe one of them or more, both of them were asexual. Jenny, did I just see your little devil horns go up for a second there as you consider a future stream? Getting some like gremlin energy and doing it. Oh man. Oh, I'm totally gonna do this on fucking TikTok again. I'm gonna get someone with that. I love that. That's such a cool model. Thank you. That's something I love hearing about too, is like alternative models, because I think a lot of them are well documented, but you don't run into that information that often. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that is sad. That's a bummer. Yeah, absolutely. I grew up with my parents at one point having like separate beds. They weren't super affectionate, so like that dynamic was a little rough. My brother, sister, and I were abandoned when we were babies. Our birth mom was having issues with like alcohol and all kinds of stuff. And she left us with her mother and like stepdad, and then basically didn't come back. And so my grandmother, my biological grandmother, because this is my birth mom's mom, right? Her and her husband had only been married a year when this happened, and they had 7 children, 3 from my mom, like grandma, previous marriage, and then 4 from my dad's, right? They were all basically like adults. They were getting out of high school pretty much. They were like in those later years. So they went from having 7 kids together to then adopting 3 young kids because my sister had a liver disease and needed care, and they couldn't get her that care unless they were her legal guardians, and we didn't know where my birth mom was. So anyway, so whenever I talk about mom and dad, it's my adoptive parents because that's like still what I would consider them. So my mom and dad, who are biologically my grandmother and my step-grandfather, basically newlyweds, suddenly have 3 children, 3, 2, and me, like 10 months old. And it strained the fuck out of their relationship. And my dad was an alcoholic, and that certainly strained it also. So he would regularly be like drunk and abusive, and he would tell us that like he never actually wanted us and that we're the reasons why he drinks. And like we were very like blamed for it. So they didn't really have like the sweetest relationship when we were younger. It was just a lot. Yeah, it was a lot. And they were previously doing pretty well financially too. Like my dad's he passed away a few years ago. Several now. My dad was a Swedish immigrant. He moved here when he was like 8 years old and just had like the most abusive possible path towards assimilation, towards like becoming a citizen here. And he worked his ass off in order to get to a point where he got a job in the fire department. Like he was in the military, did the Air Force. He was in the fire department and he loved that job. And then he got injured and he had to retire, and it just like fucked him up even more because then he had to go work a shit job that he didn't like until he got to be a bailiff in a court system and work for the sheriff's county. But like that was later, and I was like grown by then. But like they wound up having to like they had to sell, like they had a houseboat when they were first together. My mom was a successful realtor. They had all this like everything was lined up for them to just like retire and be chill together, you know, and go hang out. And then suddenly they were parents all over again. And it didn't help that my dad was also racist and my mom also has internalized racism, you know? So that didn't help because we're all half Mexican. So it was just like not the neatest dynamic growing up. So when I saw those families that had like really cool, healthy dynamics, I was always so shook by it. Like, what do you mean you've never been grounded? What does that even look like? And I'm like looking at these kids that have never been grounded, and I'm like, but I know you've done some fuck shit. What do you mean you've never been grounded? Just last week, you were one of the kids that got busted for having peppermint schnapps in our hot cocoa when we were on our ice skating trip. What do you mean? You didn't get grounded? What? Like, it just, what? And now I get it, and it makes me so happy. Now she has her own bathroom, living room, and bedroom. Never addressed it. Interesting. Yeah, it sucked for sure, Junum. And like, I still, you know, we were talking about this earlier, right? Some of the stuff, the patterns that we're going to see again and again. What up, Lost Souls? We're gonna see some of this stuff come back because it's like so deeply embedded, and that's okay. Like, there was a large chunk of my life where I was like, the abandonment stuff, like, I don't even think that phases me anymore. I don't think that really hurts. Like, I understand it. And like, Jill, my birth mom, she actually came back when I was 16, and that's a hilarious story for maybe another day. She came back when I was 16, and she had 3 younger kids. So I have 3 younger siblings now. They were 5, 4, and 3 when I met them. Now they're all in their 20s, and they're my favorite people. They're so fucking cool. But yeah, we're super close now. She's clean. She's awesome. Like, I understand how it is that her life went that direction. And like, she deserved better too, you know? So like, I genuinely don't hold any of it against her. And I realized that it does still hurt. That there are some days, sometimes, where I can trace that path back to, ooh, abandonment. Ow, ow, my mom left me. That's fucked up. That hurts. Ow, ow, ow. And like, the first time that it kind of resurfaced, I remember being like, no, I don't want this though. Like, I don't actually like hold it against her. I don't, like, this sucks, man. And I was very resistant of it, and it did not help. Like, I have to just let it in and let it move through. Therapy is pretty great for that. Sorry, Mac. I'm sorry that we have that in common. Yes, yes. I think skip lectures. Like, what'd you learn from this, dude? You gonna do it again? Oh my gosh, it is so late. Hold on. Oh, hi, baby. Hi. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, baby. And like, you know, some of it, oh gosh, the family stuff can be so deeply painful because I've also experienced a number of losses. So it's really hard. Like my older brother and sister, the ones that I grew up with, because my older siblings, the ones that were my siblings when I got adopted, they all moved out like relatively quickly over the years. And then we all moved in, and it was just the 5 of us for like the majority of my life. It was just the 5 of us. There was a time when we were all together in a house except for one of my siblings, and that was nuts. Super cool though. But yeah, it was just the 5 of us, and my sister died when I was 21. My brother died in 2021, and my dad also died, I think in 2019. So it's just my mom and I now. And like, oh my God, we just found out that she had stage 3 cancer, but then she had surgery and they actually got it all out, and that's nuts because she's 87. So just like, what a trip. But yeah, now I'm just rambling. I'll just let that one be there. I'm glad you recognized that. No, that's like not to dismiss the way that like it's hitting right now is this idea that you wasted another year of doing nothing. I think this is so good. I think that's awesome that you recognized, because it can be really hard for us to think beyond the dynamic that we're in of like, this person is the one who knows and I'm the one who's like receiving that knowledge or being helped by this person. They're the helper, I'm the helpee. But you went through something and recognized that it wasn't doing what you wanted it to, and you decided to change it, and that's really cool. Yes, not when you're expecting it. Absolutely. Whoa, I thought I healed. Yeah, that's why I was sharing the thing earlier about how like it's so helpful for me to have heard that envisioning our kind of growth journey is a spiral, not a line. that we're not actually taking 2 steps forward and then 3 steps back, but that we are in this constant stage of like changing and growing and evolving. But we're gonna see the same shit as we do. But every time that we see it, we're seeing it from a different perspective. We're a little bit higher in the spiral. We can see it differently, and I think that's so valuable. Yeah, for sure, Chani. You're trying so hard to be a lifelong learner. Well, let go of the trying. Are you learning? Good job. You're a lifelong learner. You can claim that identity. Just tack that one on. That seems like a pretty neat one to hold on to. I personally like to keep that one in my pocket as well. I am also a lifelong learner. So great job. Did you already find, I think you said? Oh, I need to get back into therapy. Okay, so now, cool. Now's the time to find a new therapist. Yes, Junum, that comes up so much when I'm talking to my friend Lo, because I love being able to remind myself that like that's kind of my ultimate feeling on the matter, is like, yeah, it's really not that deep. Like it is, and I sure could go that route and validate it and explore it and feel it, and I could also look at it and say, oh, this is a thought, this is a belief, this is, you know, and a belief is just a collection, like a little constellation of thoughts and ideas, right? So like, okay, these lights all turned on right now, and so this belief is present. And because this belief is present, these types of thoughts are coming out. And because these types of thoughts are coming out, now my body feels tense and tight, and there's this like contortion type stuff going on. Okay. That happens with some other ones too. And then there it goes. Now I'm hungry. Now I need to poop. Now I'm thinking about this thing that someone said that pissed me off. Like that's gonna leave. Eventually it'll be something else. It's really not that deep. It's not something that's attached to me. It's just something that is going to visit from time to time. I appreciate that. One of the things, Jem, like I used to do these mental health awareness discussion streams. Junum. I like the way that feels in my brain. Yes. Internalization has diminishing returns. Brain boner. Thank you. For being a yapper, I love when people are concise. I love it. It gives me such incredible brain tickles. I'm giving a talk at a women's empowerment conference next month, and it's reminded me that one of the things that I need to work on, that I am working on, is removing filler words, or at least working to limit them. And do you know something that's very interesting about filler words? I don't really need to use them. My brain is typically thinking relatively clearly when it comes to communication. I happen to have been blessed with an opportunity to, or capacity to articulate things pretty well. This thing go brr, right? It do the talkie pretty well. And it would freak me out and make me feel like I stood out, and I didn't like it. And something about also being known for typically being pretty articulate is that it brings up the potential to feel insecure about the times where I'm not, where I'm maybe a bit scattered or stressed, or I fumble my words, or I mispronounce something. And I remember telling people on stream a while back that I realized that I don't like the way that it feels, or didn't, when I would speak too clearly or too elegantly, or occasionally this brain loves to just poop out some poetry. It made me feel uncomfortable because people would comment on it and they would tell me they liked the way I spoke, and then I would be like, oh no, I'm different. And I would get freaked out. I didn't want to be seen. I didn't want people to think I was trying too hard to be a good communicator either. Something about someone witnessing me trying hard freaked me out. And so I developed a habit over the years, because of like streaming, being exposed to so many people, of adding in filler words and trying to, for lack of a better word, dumb down my speech. not in a sense of I think you all are and so I need to, but in a sense of I want to make sure that no one thinks I'm trying too hard by potentially using a big vocabulary or speaking too clearly or too confidently or too whatever. So I would just not. And I also do enjoy slang. I do enjoy just like talking some shit. But when it comes to streaming, especially because I'm speaking on things that are important to me most of the time, it would just flow if I didn't get in the way of it and say, throw in a like there. Well, not me, but you know, say like, say. My sister's favorite thing to make sure I know when I said a thing wrong. The only time I do that is with people who I know don't actually care and I want to do it just to be a fucking dick. And that's Melphis. There's a handful of others who if you drop a typo in this chat, ooh, that's sticking. That is you forever. But for most people, it does not matter. Oh, Lost Souls. I'm sorry that you share that experience. And I'm sorry that I'm so late on your messages. I have to set up a better system for making sure I'm reading both chats at once. Let me see what I can do. Does this allow pop out? It does. Gorgeous. If you happen to be lurking in YouTube and you're not also already typing on Twitch, I can actually see your messages now. So if you want to say what's up, what's up? So sorry. I can do it. I can use big words too. Isn't it so funny all the ways that we end up limiting ourselves? Like funny, sad, but funny. Because it does not matter. It doesn't matter. How do I live chat? There we go. Can I make you bigger though? Yes, big text. Big words. Genuinely big words, like big sized words. Yes. Very nice. Okay, I have my monitors set up in a way that I can actually keep up with these chats better. If any of you are on YouTube, so sorry. Lost Souls, thank you for your patience. Oh, it's okay to be loquacious, but you don't need to be a sesquipedalian, right? Oh, goofy. Yes, same, cause brain go brrr. Correcting once is chill and appreciated. I don't even correct people anymore. I'm really grateful that my brain has stopped with this, you're using that word wrong, that's not how you say it type shit. Because that is so easy to get stuck in because it's what's been projected at me for so long. But I don't actually fuck with that. So you used a word wrong. I don't really care because all words are made up. Like, there are probably only a few instances I can think of where I would want to point it out. And it might be if you used like the entire wrong word and I'm trying to save you potential future embarrassment. But even then, I would probably say something like, I see you probably meant this word. I just want to let you know the word you actually used is and means, you know? Something you're working on? Okay. So... So on January 24th, when you wake up, you get to wake up a person who knows you're not stupid, who knows you're intelligent, and who is prepared to make public mistakes because it's okay to be wrong sometimes. That's why creating is soothing, because it's become safety. That's interesting. What have you been creating? My favorite part of poetry is finding obscure synonyms and using words I don't already know. That's fun. I love reading a book and then getting an opportunity to be introduced to a word and be like, whoa, that one's beautiful. That one's fun. I like the way it sounds in my brain. Aw, Lost Souls, you're great. Thank you. Not the sigh again. I was wondering if it would get you. If you were like past it now because you pointed at it already. Yes. And would you come to hang out for like a little girls trip? Girls trip. Party, party, party. Yes, yes. I love that, Chani. I love that. And for me, learning, when I was in the process of learning how to learn, yes, of course. Of course, go ahead, Sky. In the process of like learning how to learn, it was cool to know that mistakes give you that kind of owie feeling as a like trigger to a mechanism that turns on alertness, that turns on awareness. And that's pretty cool. That's neat. Yeah, like that was helpful for me to know, oh, this next, what happens after you make the mistake and you feel the owie, you have this awesome space of enhanced potential for learning. Your brain is suddenly very laser focused because it hurt and it doesn't want it to hurt again, so you can really retrain it quickly in those moments. Oh, cool. Wait, how are you creating a dragon? Dave? I love Dave already. Maybe it doesn't need to be a girls trip. Maybe it just needs to be, maybe we really just need a hangout. We'll have to think about this. Because I would love like a little thing, a little intimate thing, and then maybe a big thing. No giggity. Nice. Oh, that's fun. Oh yeah, I knew this. Hey, check this out. Guess what? This alert here, it says take my medicine. Guess what we're doing? Marcus completed, already did that. And look at this screen here. No other alerts. Guess who actually got through all their alerts today? No backup. Oh, I love that you got hyped up. Do you want, are you sending it to me on Discord? Did you already do it or are you going to? Is this something that you want to do like later after work or were you saying that you're sending it now? Woohoo! Yahoo! Bossy, I don't know if I've ever expressed this to you and it just came into my mind and so I'm going to share it right now. I love when you're in my chat. I love it. Like, partially because I think you're fun and cool and we're friends and all of that, but also because something about your presence makes me feel safer. Oh, just got it. It's because one of the big fears that I've worked with over the years, and especially as I got to a place where people were coming to ask me questions a lot, is that there was a consistent fear of causing harm. A fear of expressing something in a way that could be harmful to someone or missing an opportunity to address something that was valuable, something along those lines. And I feel glad when you are here because you and actually there's a number of other people who kind of give this same energy where I feel that I would not miss something. That's, I guess something will not be missed. Not necessarily that I won't miss it, but I feel whatever the messages I'm trying to deliver, there's someone who will absolutely check me if I got it wrong, and they won't make me feel like a poop hole about it, and that they are likely to just add nutrients every time, you know? And I really appreciate that because it feels good. I feel more relaxed in general, knowing that there's additional support and that I won't be able to mess it up. Like, that's a nice feeling. How cool is that, Jenny? Past Jenny is probably still shook. You've made so much cool stuff happen. I'm so excited for you, Bossy, to wake up on the 24th having released so many things also. Like, that's just gonna be so neat. Oh, hi, baby. Oh, you almost fell. Come here. Come here. What are you feeling? Did you come to remind me that I have to go? Did you come to tell me that? I know, she's so gorgeous. Yes, new year, new Bossy. Because Bossy, you know that all that stuff that feels so real and solid, it's not. It will arise, it will pass. It will arise, it will pass. And on the 24th, you're gonna wake up ready to let it all arise and pass without taking any of it as identity or even as necessarily a problem to be solved. Just let it come up and let it go. Whee! Whee! See, Frisky's also buying it. She's into it. She's feeling the energy. Are our friends all prioritizing themselves? Is that what they're doing? Are they learning to love themselves and let go of all the things that they think are rigid and fixed about their personalities and their lives, but they're starting to actually realize that that's not true? That they're just vast containers for experiences, not actually just a collection of memories and predispositions and conditioned patterns? What do you think? I know, I love... She also gets in the way of my phone sometimes. If I'm scrolling, she'll just hop up in front of me and get all up in my business. I'm like, I think you know that this is actually not feeling good for me. You sweetie pie. You sweetie pie. We're gonna get you feeling better, Queen. We're gonna get you spayed soon. And I'm sorry because it's gonna suck a little bit, but you're gonna feel like a new you too. Because it causes you some yucky feelings. Yeah, that part of your body causes you some yucky feelings. And that's okay to let it go. We're gonna start fresh. You just adopted a new puppy, Blacksmith. How do you remove this feeling of fear about a new pet? What's the fear? Yeah. Yes, go do your thing. I'm gonna be leaving in a second anyway. I just can't move yet because this kitty's very comfortable. And I also want to address what Blacksmith said, and then I'm gonna run away. Oh, poor pupper. You don't want to make him feel bad? Hey, Blacksmith. Jennifer here, genuinely, hit her up. Wonderful, wonderful resource. I know, you said that earlier, Chani, and I'm so sorry. It's so heartbreaking. Because they're right around the same age, too. No, no apologies. Of course that's something that you want to share again. Like, I get it. I'm sure that has been coming up a lot today. I'm sure that's been heavy. Blacksmith, this kind of relates to something that we were talking about earlier today, and also I think it's been like the theme of this week. There's a quote from Nonviolent Communication that I really liked that says, "How do you do a don't?" And it kind of speaks to the way that our minds don't really understand us trying to avoid doing things versus trying to point ourselves towards what we do want to do. So using positive action language can be really supportive. fear is going to come up. It sounds like you are experiencing fear because you want to do right by this pup. So when you see that, it's not something bad or wrong that needs to be pushed away. Hey, fear, I see you. And here's what we're going to do to make sure this dog is well cared for. You have an opportunity to just express what you are doing, what you are intending, what your plan is. Instead of allowing the fear to be like, oh, you might not do it right. Be like, I know exactly what I'm going to do because I'm going to tell you right now. Oh, Mac. And a shoulder surfer. Yeah, she climbs up on me so much. I want her to know how to walk, like stay on my shoulders. I would love a shoulder cat. Emotions are to be swallowed, tasted, and released. Yes. Ooh, what was that quote earlier that I whacked the gong for? Internalization has diminishing returns. Who said it? Are you still here? Who said that to me? Where'd you go? Let me see. That was Junum? That was you? Junum. Actually, I'm reading that in my journal, my little notebook here. I really like that. Woo-woo stuff. Universe is doing cute things. Let me check this again. Haha, that's so funny. Dude. Junum, this morning I checked my Instagram, and it's so funny that it already dropped, but this morning I checked my Instagram because I posted yesterday for the first time in like quite a while, and I was like, oh, let's go see if there's any more people I want to respond to or say hi to. And when I went to my profile to go to the thing I posted, I saw that my follower count was at 7,777, and I was like, cool, fun. I wonder what those numbers represent, because I love, like, when I see repeating numbers being like, what do these mean? And then being like, yes, they do mean that, I agree. And so now seeing your name, my brain did not look at your numbers once. It literally did not process them up until I just went to write it down. And then I was like, oh, slot machine's what I imagine, but I bet that there's some like cool, trippy, like angel number or something. I don't know. Something that I can claim, numerology even, something like that. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go find that and it'll be fun. Because why not, right? I love that. Bossy, were you here when I was saying that I'm going to be switching my office space? I'm actually really sad because I love this office. So I will admit, like, I'm sad that this is not going to be my space anymore when I've worked really hard to create it. And like, I was so happy getting that black wall painted. It right away made me feel so good. But moving into the other office means I'm going to have a whiteboard. And I am so excited to have that whiteboard on stream. I think it's gonna be so fun. So fun. Green screen the wall back in. I don't think I would want to do a green screen again just because it's such a thing to like have it here. My sister-in-law is gonna be moving in with us with her year-old daughter, Bean Bean's little cousin. And I am so excited. I am so excited. No, I didn't, and I'm not going to be able to. We got right into it today, and I think we stayed in it all day. And, Ushmane, I fucking love that you came in curious about that. Like, shut up. That's adorable. That's amazing. That makes me just like you even more. Yes, I also love whiteboards. I think it's gonna be fun. Oh, it might, first order, it might. I got it from Jasmine. She's got me all stickered up. I'm a person who uses stickers now. I'll finish it on Tuesday then. I'll make a plan to finish it on Tuesday. That way you can catch it in the VOD. If someone starts to get activated in front of you, how do you proceed with their anger? Are you unsafe? What are you feeling? because their anger doesn't necessarily mean you have to do anything. A stream, baby! Thank you so much for the 9 months, Mrs. Yorl. Let me get up and whack it for ya. Wow, thank you. What is important is to check in with yourself, Sky. So if we remember what I was reading yesterday, you were here, weren't you? Talking about witches? Witches? Yeah, I'll explain again. If you're scared, then what would you be needing if you were feeling afraid because someone was expressing anger in front of you? What would you be needing in that moment? Dang, if I had the whiteboard, I would be writing this down right now, actually. Okay, so you remember nonviolent communication, when he was breaking down the 4 ways to respond to criticism. This could also, I think, be applied easily to someone is expressing or experiencing something emotional in front of you, right? You have, from this framework, 4 possible ways of interpreting it, right? And this, again, we're doing criticism. 2 of the ways, if we remember like the whole jackal ears versus the giraffe ears, 2 of the ways are really not supportive of our end goal of understanding, of getting to a space where like everyone's kind of okay. So one option is someone points something like that at you and you take it inward and you say, oh my gosh, you're right, I really suck, right? So that's the one option, is you internalize the message. Then you get caught in your own shame and guilt and all of that, right? The other option is you point it right back at them, that you reject it and you say, nuh-uh, you. Actually, you're the one who's the problem, right? So those are the jackal ears. They're really not supportive of where we're trying to go. But then you put on your little cutie giraffe ears, which would actually look adorable on you. And when the giraffe ears are pointed outward, then the goal is to inquire into that person's experience. What are they feeling and likely needing? Knowing you might get it wrong, you can start guessing at it. You can start guessing at it to see what comes up. What if it is? Well, that's where this part comes in, right? Or your second option is that you turn those little cutie giraffe ears inward and you check in on yourself. What am I feeling? What am I needing? And then you work on addressing that yourself or expressing it and trying to get it addressed, you know, as a group, as a team. So if you're in that moment and you notice that she's getting angry and she's getting loud, maybe some reassurance that they're not mad at me. That's what you feel like you're needing? Okay. So that's something that you could express in that moment. Is like, so there's the observation I'm noticing, like when I see you yelling, when you're yelling around me, I feel afraid and I realize that I am really needing some reassurance that you're not mad at me, and my body feels really uncomfortable, and I'm wondering if you would be able to offer me some reassurance and like take a breath and lower your voice, right? Yes, you could guess at it based on the context cues that you're getting, and this can also just be an internal process depending on what else is going on. It might not be a space where you can inquire without getting more like verbal pushback. And if you're not, you know, he was a trained mediator, Marshall Rosenberg, right? He was in it to win it, right? He was in it to stay as long as he possibly could. You don't have to do that every time. So you could ask, you could. And you could also say, hey, I'm feeling really activated right now. I'm feeling a little afraid. I am going to go and take a break because I'm seeing that I need that right now. I'll come back in 20 minutes and we can try this again. When you get the whiteboard, I can say, to the whiteboard! That actually sounds very fun. I think I would enjoy that a lot. I think if you're starting like with feelings and needs, that will be a great starting point. And I think you have a lot of intuitive understanding of yourself now that would probably offer you a lot of options past that. Oh, you posted your dog? I almost said kitty. Yay, blacksmith. I will check. Ah! I bet that my family is almost home. And honestly, Sky, given everything that you've been going through and expressing, as a friend, I would like to suggest, invite you into starting Giraffe Ears In. Start with yourself. Check in with yourself first, because you've been forced to self-abandon so much, and you deserve to see what you are feeling and needing before you find out what she is feeling or needing. I'm not saying you don't need to do either, you don't have to do both, but I would love a future, a reality where you check in with you first and you advocate for your own needs before you start this process of feeling like you have to contort yourself to help her feel better. No, it's about communication. Can you text it to me? Yes, I do appreciate that too, Shady. I like having a number or some like clear idea, so it's not I need space and then that person's like, okay, what does that mean? A day, a week, an hour? Yes, walk away. Yes, 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 yes. Pop in the Discord as much as you need, Sky. I'll try to keep an eye on it throughout the day. Use the general chat even, like it really doesn't matter. You can pop in there or in the Patreon chat and just say, okay, here's what I did. If any of us see it, like, we will do what we can. You absolutely got this. Thank you. I would love to look into that. And I must depart. I actually stayed on an hour late, so I'm thinking that I need to accept that my stream hours should actually go to 3 because ending at 2 seems to be impossible. So next week we might adjust that. But for now, I'm gonna go hang out and eat some food and do all the things and stuff. Sky, you are a badass. Remember, I am there after work. I am pumping you up. We are getting you amped. You are a person who sets boundaries. You are deserving of space and time and processing time for your own feelings. You got this. You are fully equipped to start changing your life in this fucking moment. All of you. Fully equipped. Fully equipped. You got this. I would hug all of you so fucking hard. Okay, you guys go. Have a great day. Maybe now you need to get off Twitch or off of social media. Maybe it's time to go and do some things you need to do. Yes, Sky. Yes. Thank you. I really enjoyed. Thank you so much, Junum. Like, genuinely, all of the commentary, delightful. Chef's kiss. All of you, thank you so much for contributing to this incredible space today. We made a really nice one. Today was a nice one. I really enjoyed this. I will be live again on Tuesday. So my plan is next week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday again, and then we have the Patreon call on Saturday. So if any of you enjoy the vibe here and you're wanting to get even closer with us and join a group of somewhere, usually under 20, lately I think we're somewhere 10 to 15, depending on the day, of people who get together to practice some mindfulness, discuss mindfulness, and then we have a support group for the second hour of it. So if you're interested, check out my Patreon. I have podcasts on there. I have all of the past calls are on there, so you can tune into those. There's series I've done on the Four Noble Truths and a bunch of other stuff. Just check it out. Oh, and I wrote a book on self-care. I always forget about that. I wrote a book about my acronym, Shades for Self-Care. So if you want to read that also, it would also help support me. And I think that it's valuable. I worked very hard to create something that I believed would be a resource. So please, please feel free to check it out. And for now, you're going to go hang out with Crusaders. So go hang out. I've known him for a long time. We used to game together. And he's an alert. If someone ever wants to hear his voice, you just tip, I think, 420. But he's one of the coolest people. He's great. And I see his Twitch right now. His stream says day 2 of becoming a pixel artist. And I am stoked to see a friend leaning into a creative endeavor. So I'm excited that this is what he's up to. So we're going to go and support him. So go hang out with Crusader, drink water, take a break if you need to. Thank you. I really appreciate that, Bossy. Exclamation point book if any of you want to find it. Don't forget your laundry. Don't forget your meds or your vitamins. And please make sure that you wash your butt, okay? Like, really wash it. Like, really. Thank you, Penny. Okay, I love you all. I'll see you very soon. Have a beautiful rest of your weekend. Bye. Deep breath, too. Those are nice. Bye, Lost Souls. Bye, everyone. Bye, 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 bye. Thank you all.